Okay.
There we go. I'll just make sure it is on.
Okay, let's call to order, please. Ms. Cohen, can you give us roll call, please?
All right, Raylan Brandel,
Present.
Laura Casey,
She's excused.
Dan Dennehy,
Here.
Mary McCormick. Here. Cindy Perdue-Dolan.
Here.
Cindy Shaw.
Here.
Chad Silk.
Here.
Matt Steppen.
Here.
Ben Thielen.
Here.
We have a pledge and card, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Almighty God, we implore you to look upon us this night as we make decisions which so greatly affect our Butte-Silver community. Direct our thoughts, words, and deeds so that we may please you and best serve our fellow citizens. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, any public comment on any item on the agenda? Seeing none, I'd like to move for approval of minutes of the meeting held April 21st, 2025.
For me.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have a question
Oh,
first.
sorry.
Just page 10, just almost all of my Purdue-Dolans were spelled right except page 10. So, thank you, that's all.
All right.
We'll fix that.
With that correction, do we have an approval of minutes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We approved our minutes. All right, so our conversations with departments, so thank you for your patience, being patient with us as we had to take a photo of our op-eds. So we're just a little bit behind this morning. We're doing it again this evening. So, Dave Aguirre, you're up first with community enrichment. And how this has gone is this is a friendly conversation, and you have the questions that we've given you, but we do go off script a bit and we have follow-up questions. It's intended to be information seeking and not I would call it a grilling. It's not meant to be that. It's rather see how we can improve our county government for our citizenry. And so with that, I will start with Ms. Dolan, if you could please. The first question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. So the first question is, what are the specific responsibilities and duties of the Butte-Silver Community Enrichment Director?
I'll start out by saying I'm horrible with the microphone, so if you can't hear me, give me a shout. But first and foremost, I plan, organize, direct, supervise, and coordinate the operations of the Community Enrichment Department. Our department is made up of three divisions. First of which is the Community Decay Division. Community Decay basically oversees enforcement of such things as community blight, overgrown vegetation, junk abandoned vehicles on private property, removal of snow from the sidewalk, and garbage. Basically just folks not taking care of their property, basically. As part of this, we also organize, oversee the Alley Rally project that we do every summer, and we organize and oversee the flower project every summer, the hanging baskets throughout the entire city. So a couple of fun things that community enrichment gets to do there. Second division is the weeds division, and the weeds division is responsible for locating, mapping, and eliminating or controlling noxious weeds. Kind of four types of programs underneath that division. First is county control of noxious weeds, which is basically Butte-Silver taking care of noxious weeds on Butte-Silver property. Then there's county enforcement of noxious weeds, which is community enrichment actually enforcing on landowners that did not willingly take care of noxious weeds on their property. We have a program underneath the weed division, which is loaning out equipment for landowners to be able to borrow to spray noxious weeds. And then the last under that program is right-of-way weed management, which is along the highways, things like that, we spray for the Department of Transportation. As managing the weed division, I am also the liaison between the department and the weed board. We answer to the weed board. The weed board basically has the authority to enter into agreements on behalf of the weed division and kind of manage weed control activities, things that are killed go in front of the weed board. Third and final division within community enrichment is the parking division. Something I didn't foresee as being near as much on my plate as it has turned out to be the last few months. But as part of the parking division, I manage the parking garage. We deal with parking enforcement, whether it's within the 2-hour parking district uptown or outside. It's basically throughout the county. We deal with things such as handicap parking, trailers, junk abandoned vehicles. Probably hear that a bunch out of me today. And as managing the parking division, I also am the liaison to the parking commission board. Beyond that, I prepare and manage annual budgets for the divisions within the department. I account for the grant funds and ensure compliance with state and federal grant rules and regulations. I recommend and oversee implementation of Butte-Silver community enrichment policies, rules, and regulations. And I coordinate with the chief executive, Butte-Silver departments, council of commissioners, state government representatives, and the general public just to advance Butte-Silver community enrichment needs throughout the community.
Excellent. Are there any follow-up questions? Ms. Dolan?
I always feel like I have to push my button, but I don't today. So I have a question. You know, our scope is to figure out the structure of government, and I'm curious to get your opinion as to, you mentioned the parking division. I too am kind of confused as to why the parking commission is under your jurisdiction and not somebody else's. Do you have any opinion about if you're happy where it is, or do you think it should be moved somewhere else in the whole framework of Butte-Silver? Would it be better served underneath the sheriff's office or someplace else? What do you think? Just curious.
So I got to back up a little bit. I'm not confused on why it was under community enrichment. I just didn't realize how big of an issue it would be in dealing with since I took this position, is what I meant by that. And I think it suits. It seems fitting under where it's at because of so much of the coordination that's required between our community decay division and our parking division. Almost everything starts with parking and then transfers to the community decay division in order to take care of the problems that people aren't taking care of through the parking. I mean, parking doesn't tow vehicles, parking tickets vehicles, and if people are leaving their vehicles on the right of way or whatever, after being dealt with from the parking enforcement division, then it'll come to community enrichment to take care of the problem.
One more follow-up. With regard to weeds, how involved is the weed board and community enrichment with working with folks not in Butte proper, but in Butte-Silver County, with regard to folks that may have ranches or other entities within Butte-Silver? How is that working? Just curiosity.
So I haven't even entered my first weed season yet.
Oh.
I've been here for 3 months. But I think the majority of the weed issues are more rural than urban. The board's made up of, I believe it's 3 ranch owners with 1 at large. So I think with the noxious weeds issue, the majority of it is out in the rural areas.
I'll go Mr. Thielen and then Mr. Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, thank you for being here. Hey, I just have a question about the parking commission and how big a deal it's became, especially with all these cameras they put on the corners. Can you kind of enlighten us on that a little bit, please?
Enlighten me on this, the safety sticks?
If that's what they call them, I have no idea.
Okay, so yeah, this took place. It was approved by council in I wanna say maybe September of last year, and they just started installing them this last week maybe. The idea behind the safety sticks is they monitor safety zones. They don't monitor traffic, they don't monitor illegal parking in safety zones. So it's not only Butte-Silver ordinance, but it's state law that you cannot park in the yellow near an intersection or a crosswalk. And so these safety sticks that they bought, I think we originally agreed to 20 of them. And that's basically 5 intersections because there'll be one on each corner. And they monitor when somebody pulls up and illegally parks in the safety zone. And so it'll take a picture of the license plate when they pull up. And then I think if they're there for, I think it's 90 seconds, then it'll take another picture and the ticket process will start.
Yes.
So with that, was there an ordinance passed for the cameras to take pictures? Do you know?
I don't think an ordinance needed to be passed, would be my opinion.
Well, because I'm not sure cameras are legal in this state. So that's why I'm asking. I've just heard a lot of people rumbling and mumbling, not been able to find anything where camera's legal.
So my opinion on this is, it's allowed through state law and Butte-Silver ordinance. The issue with the cameras, where it is outlawed in the state of Montana, is when you're using a camera to monitor traffic and you're attaching that camera to a traffic control device. So you can't put a camera on a stoplight and ticket somebody using that camera for going through the spot, running a red light. Or you can't have a camera on a sign or on a traffic control device that is going to catch people speeding. So it's a difference between traffic and parking, a movement violation versus a parking violation.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Sutton?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, thank you. You mentioned again that you were surprised by the amount of time you were spending with the parking. Is that majority of your time spent on the things that you're talking about, like parking uptown in the wrong zone, 2-hour parking, or is it mainly in neighborhoods with abandoned vehicles or trailers or those kind of things?
Thanks for the question. I would kind of say all of the above. This is what I've learned in this position is nobody wants a parking ticket. I mean, people view parking tickets like they're getting arrested for a felony, and they love to yell at somebody. and you know, unfortunately, I'm that guy. Unfortunately for me, I guess. So I would say it's all the way around.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further follow-ups on question 1?
One more follow-up. So Dave, again, thank you for being here, and I didn't realize you're only 3 months in, but can you explain to us how helpful the parking commission board is with all of this and this heavy lift of yours with the parking division? I know some members have been on for decades, but what is your interaction with them as far as the board and helping you with all of this stuff underneath the parking?
So, outside of complaints, I mean, we do stuff. I'll give you an example, like the lot at Broadway and Main has had all the meters stolen out of it. I mean, there's 1 meter left in that lot, which causes a lot of problems and a lot of confusion. So we need to decide what to do with that lot, and I'll take that issue to the parking commission. Another example is the new parking system in the parking garage. They installed the new system there, but it made all the signs obsolete. So I would take that to the parking commission. The unfortunate thing about that is we didn't have a quorum last month, so I couldn't go to them before I had to replace the signs because the timing just wasn't there. But I'll take it to them at our next meeting next month.
Mr. Thin, question 2?
Madam Chair, thank you. Dave, what are the most critical problems presently confronting community enrichment department?
You know, I feel like we've already been touching on them, it's my department. But the first thing that I'll mention here, I don't know if this is what you were exactly looking at, but I'll mention it anyways, is just community outreach and engagement. And what I mean by that, we just went through our responsibilities, and almost 100% of what the community enrichment department does is enforcement of ordinances and rules. So, you know, and I don't know what the percentages are, we'll say 50-50, that when we show up, you know, 50% of them are people are mad thinking we don't do our job or we don't do it quick enough, and the other 50% are mad at us because we're showing up and enforcing something. So typically the community's not real happy with us in the past, and I would really like to find a way to engage the community and change that a little bit. When I say that out loud, I've been accused of being naive a little bit, so we'll see how it goes. But I would just like to, you know, find ways to educate folks on what the ordinances actually say and what the processes are to actually go through and enforce those ordinances. So it kind of touches both sides of the issues. And then getting the community more involvement. I have this vision of, you know, trying to do things like neighborhood cleanups, community cleanups, where we get the folks involved, and it's not the government coming out trying to clean up the property. You know, the city's so much bigger than this relatively small department. So I just, you know, things like shoveling the sidewalks for your neighbor that can't, simple things like that. Second major heading, if you want, I listed on this, is housing. And I don't know what folks think of community enrichment when they think of housing, but it seems to me like our homeless population has just exploded in Butte recently. I don't know if that's the case, or it just feels that way to me because now I'm kind of on the front line of dealing with it. But you know, it just costs us a lot of resources as a local community. I think the problems that arise from that touch almost every single department within local government. You know, whether it's the man camps, folks sleeping on the sidewalk, living in trailers, either on the right of way or on private property, living in vehicles. If you don't know what's going on, you're just not seeing like I didn't beforehand, because it's really getting out of control. And we spend a lot of time chasing them. We don't have the best ordinances to deal with it. And then there's also that social aspect of it, that you're dealing with folks that don't have anywhere else to go. And so, very difficult thing that's way bigger than community enrichment to solve that problem. Next major heading I have is the junk abandoned vehicle thing. It's kind of the same way as the campers. Commissioner Healy said in an email the other day, she had a saying that folks don't park their cars, they abandon them. And it's just a tough issue in Butte, and people know how often they have to move them, and when we show up, it's a game of chasing them around. They'll move at the required distance and do just enough so that they can keep their vehicles on the streets. And then again, the folks that are complaining about that come back and feel that we're not doing our job. Is where, you know, in reality, we're doing everything we can to help the folks out that are complaining. You know, and when I say complaining, that came across way wrong. That are complaining about the issue, I guess. I would love to get out in front of it. I couldn't understand before I took this job why we weren't more proactive instead of being so reactive and being based on complaints. But the rate at which they come in is just preventing us from getting in front of that. So the longer I'm here, the more I hope to come up with a way to get in front of it instead of just being complaint-based. And the last major heading, kind of touched on it, but it's parking. You know, and this is again a culture thing in Butte, I think, is so many people park their RVs on the street, and the rest of the community doesn't like it. And so we get complaints and we go out and we have to deal with it, and so, but that's a big deal, resource-wise. And then just, you know, you see all the activity uptown with all the buildings being restored, which is great, right? They're turning them into condos and new apartments and new businesses, and it's exciting, but with all that comes more people living up there and more people coming in and out of there, and, you know, I think sometimes people forget that our uptown is a downtown area. You know, you're not gonna be able to park outside your house. Sometimes you're gonna have to park 3 blocks away or in a parking garage or something like that. You know, Mr. Thielen's question, the last 2 items I had in regarding parking was, we've already touched on the safety sticks in the garage.
Mr. Freeman, you had a follow-up?
I do have a follow-up, thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, so I wanna go back here to, the homeless explosion that you're talking about. Do you have any suggestions for ordinances that maybe we could make or put forward to the council?
You know, I really don't at this point. I think it's gonna have to be a group effort on trying to figure out the problem, because we have ordinances in place, you know, but the ordinances are, you know, give them a ticket up to $500. And that doesn't really fix the problem, you know, that's, so we lean on parking that allows them, like if they're in a camper on the right of way, we lean on the parking regulations that says, hey, you can't be on the street longer than 48 hours. You know, and so we get a complaint, we'll go out, we'll have them move, and then we get a complaint because where do they move? They move to a different street and someone else complains, or they move to a private property somewhere and somebody complains. So I don't, at this moment, I don't have a solution to that problem.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Geary, a follow-up really quick, kind of bringing in both the aspect of trying to figure out how to do a better job of engaging the public, and then, you know, adding in the pieces with community decay and this homeless question. Perhaps, I hate to ask you to have another board that you need to work with, but what about an interim group that would be problem solving and kind of looking forward to the future, thinking about 10-year, 20-year horizon, thinking about what can we do with housing for our homeless, how can we look at the community decay that we have, and maybe come up with something that would help us with our vehicles and all of that together. I know one of the pinch points is having a place to tow the vehicles to. We don't have enough space, is that correct?
That sometimes becomes an issue. They're pretty quick at clearing that out, though, actually. It is my understanding. Again, haven't been through a warm season yet, but yeah, my understanding is the wrecking yard gets full. I think they've actually expanded. It used to be 20 vehicles at a time, and I think now they do 30, I think I was told. But once it gets full, even, once we get them released, the vehicles released, they're pretty quick to clear it out.
So with that idea, maybe in thinking, because like you said, the problem is bigger than your department. And so if you were to seat a study group or a group of folks, like which people would you need to have in that room, do you think?
You know, I think it's almost department-wide or a viewpoint from each department. And I don't know that it's not gonna occur now. You know, I know that we're convening I believe it's the housing committee. That's led by the community development department and Karen and her team. So I don't know that it's any, you know, I'm not suggesting it's not things that aren't going on now. It's just, I'm not too sure what to say on that. I'm open to anything, but I think those organizations for those discussions are probably trying to get there now.
Yeah, I'm probably just pontificating at this point, but it seems like you have to maybe reach beyond the boundaries of the local government into other groups that are doing the work in the community as well, and try to get some interdisciplinary approach to these problems. And, again, I'm just thinking out loud, but.
Sorry, and I don't disagree, and when I point to that housing committee, it's got, private employers on it. I'm not sure who was on it yet because I haven't attended a meeting yet. I think the first one is next week. So I hate to plead ignorance, but, I'm kinda ignorant on this point right now.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dave. I mean, you have a huge plate, and people do shoot the messenger. I know, it's kind of thankless, but thank you so much for what you do, and don't give up. So I was a commissioner for many years, and community enrichment was big, and they still have the same problems, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, and depending when you had animal control, that was another big, huge thing, which you don't have anymore. But my question is, what kind of support do you have? I know you have code enforcement abilities by statute, by ordinance, but tell us about the support that you have outside your department. And the other question is, how about staffing? How's your staffing holding up?
Well, the newest, as far as staffing holding up, the newest person to the department is me. So 3 months in, I haven't had any turnover yet. And as far as support-wise, I haven't run into anything but support. I've got 0 complaints, from the chief executive's office, from the planning department. You're gonna hear from Julie in a few minutes. Julie and I work great together, and our programs overlap a little bit, and our staff work really well together. We coordinate with Public Works on stuff, Parks and Rec. So I can't complain about the support.
Yes, thank you. I guess I was referring to law enforcement, because I know a lot of times they have to back you up for different reasons, and I just wondered how maybe you could explain a little bit how that works together.
So, in my tenure here, we've only had to reach out to law enforcement the one time, and it was for somebody that was illegally living in a house that was owned by Butte-Silver. We had to go board it up, and they had a feeling that somebody was living in there, so they called dispatch, and they were quick to come out and support them, and there was somebody in there. I would say we coordinate very well with the sheriff's office on abandoned vehicles. That statute, I believe, is actually based underneath law enforcement, where it's their responsibility to do abandoned vehicles. But somewhere along the lines, the 2 departments agreed that basically community enrichment will do the legwork for the sheriff's office to free them up on more, I don't want to say important, but maybe some different things.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Silk?
Yeah, Dave, thanks for being here, and I just first want to make a comment. I've called your department before for abandoned vehicles, and they have been great through the process explaining it. I know that in public service, a lot of the times, people might not be happy with your department, but I was very happy the multiple times that I used them. I guess my question is, what is, kind of going back to Madam Chair's question on who helps you, if I go to work and I've had fires in campers where people are living, and that's the only place that they have lived, right? And they have nowhere to go. What I end up doing is giving them my card, and I'll usually go buy them a hotel room for a couple days. But we usually stop at Action Inc. prior to that if they're open. And it seems like those employees at Action Inc. care as much as anyone. What is their involvement, or how do you work with them, and what's their involvement with this issue, this big issue?
So personally, I haven't reached out to Action Inc. or had interactions with Action Inc. yet, but I do know that we have a packet of resources available, so that when we go out and deal with some of these folks, that's the first thing we do is give them a packet on resources where they can go to get help. sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. It kind of depends on, you know, as sad as it is to say, sometimes they're not looking for that help.
Sure. Where do you receive those packets? Is it just in your office or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. And I'm not sure what's all's in it. I could get you there. I just know, the staff told me that's the first thing to do.
And I know we're in the study commission study review, but I look forward to talking to you about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Dawn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and to go along with what Chad said, I know that the Butte Rescue Mission and Action Inc. are two vital pieces of that homeless puzzle, and they've been just doing yeoman's work for the folks that are homeless and in various stages and predicaments. So thanks for having those as resources too. But my question goes back to the junk abandoned vehicles. When you said the numbers are extraordinary, can you say what those numbers are? I mean, that was kind of, I didn't realize it was such a ever ongoing issue. What are the numbers you're talking about?
I don't have numbers off the top of my head. I just know the amount of complaints. Not the amount in terms of a number today. I just know that a lot of my phone calls are this. And it's opened my eyes. Right before this, I worked in air quality for 20 years. And before I did that, I never ever noticed a smoke plume driving down the street. And then once I took that job, I can't see a dust, rising up off the ground. And this is kind of the same thing. I pay attention as I'm driving around town, and I notice, geez, that kind of rough-looking car's been there for 2 months and has never moved. Those types of things. And if you honestly pay attention to driving around, it's more in certain parts of town, but I think it's, for the most part, all over the place. It's an issue. Sorry, I don't have those numbers though.
Mr. Green?
Madam Chair, Dave, quick question. So if the car's been sitting there for 2 months, if it's licensed, do they have to move it?
You can only park a vehicle on the street for 5 days, 120 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so the commission knows, and you know too, it's the unhomed road problem or an issue at the library. They're not really a problem, but they are an issue at the library as well. We get anywhere from 5 to 20 people, well, on Thursdays anyway. I'm only there 1 day a week, so I assume it's like that every day. Anywhere from 5 to 20 people, sometimes just sitting around, sometimes using computers, because the shelter is closed during the day. So they come to the library to either stay warm or to cool down in the summer. So it's not, it's a county, a multi-department issue, I would think.
Absolutely.
Mr. Dennehy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, I appreciate what you do. I used to do it for 21 years at the same place where you used to work with me. So it's hearing same things that we went through. It's a very hard job. I guess just a suggestion, I know Bozeman went through the situation where they had a lot of homeless people who were living in trailers and RVs, and they were in a section of the city just lined up. So maybe there's a possibility of looking at that ordinance and reviewing what they have done. And I think Madam Chair's idea of getting a task force together in terms of that, in terms of looking at all the problems that we have with homelessness and the poor and the poverty here is a great place to start. So government can actually work for people who are hurting right now versus trying to solve their problem and enforce their problem. Because what are you going to do with a person that's homeless? Give them a ticket? Probably not.
Right.
Are they going to pay? Probably not. So it's a tough nut to crack. And so I understand that, and I appreciate all the help. And the reason I appreciate it, you might get a lot of complaints, but when my wife gets home, I get those same complaints. Only worse. My wife works for a day, so.
Oh.
So anyway, but I know it's a hard job, and it's it's a community problem, not just one department problem.
Absolutely. The one thing I would throw out with that too, Dan, is the people that are most unforgiving on it are the folks that have that trailer across the street from their house that are calling you for help, right? They're not as forgiving or caring at that moment in time, so, yeah, as you will know, yeah.
All right, moving on to number 3. Mr. Slipper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, this question, you presented the most critical problems that you face, and this question aims at what us as a commission may be able to influence in helping solve those problems. So what changes, if any, in government structure, organization, or powers would help the Community Enrichment Department address its most critical problems?
You know, I thought long and hard about this one, and I didn't come up with a good answer regarding, you know, a structure or anything like that, that would really help the department solve the problems. I mean, I love the ideas that Chairwoman Brandel and Dan threw out as far as the task force and things like that. I don't know that that's a statutory change thing, though. I think that, I mean, it could be, or you know, the word is slipping my mind right now, charter thing. But I love going in those ideas, and I know we got a lot of really great minds, both internal to government and external to government, that just having some time to get folks together in the same room and try and sort it out.
Follow-ups. I think, so we've asked every director before us, one of the ideas that's come forward in terms of structure.
I was just hoping you would say something.
Is looking at both our size of commission, if we need fewer commissioners, and then also looking at maybe a city manager, mayoral form of government. And so do you have any opinion about that from your perspective?
I always have an opinion, yep. You know, I don't know what the right way to say about this, because this certainly isn't taking shots at anybody involved in local government, because they put themselves out there and do so much. But just looking at our population compared to our land size, it just, 12 commissioners doesn't make sense to me. I can see the argument for it, that, you know, you don't want to miss this population or this population, but counties like this big, looking at a map, and I think it promotes segregation more than it does help stuff. I think some bigger areas would really help on some decisions to be made. As far as the city manager goes, you know, I like that idea as well. I watched JP's interview up here and talked about how he, you know, goes to all the different things that most counties have 2 people to go their different directions. So I think the city manager would be a great thing, as long as it wasn't tied to that chief executive, so you could keep that succession planning going. You know, if it was a manager that was there in place, and then as the incoming chief executive came in, he was there for the history, the knowledge, and to help steer that incoming chief executive, because it's got to be such an overwhelming task coming into lead a local government like that. And I don't know if this really falls under this scope or not, but the other thing that I was thinking about is I was watching the other night with questions that you had for the auditor regarding qualifications, and I would think that you might want to take a look at qualifications for, you know, all elected positions, not just the auditor's position. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's at least worth having the discussion.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions?
I do.
Mr. Chairman?
And then, my apologies, I'm kind of going back a little bit, but is it common for things like, you know, enforcing 2-hour parking or, you know, those types of things, parking garage parking, to be under a county enrichment department in other places. I guess I look at county enrichment as, cleaning up as opposed to enforcing the day-to-day. I don't know if that makes any kind of sense at all, but is that common, that those things are housed together?
Just talking from past knowledge, I think some of the enforcement issues, the parking issues, are typically typically placed under the sheriff's office. They have a traffic division under most sheriff's office, and under the traffic division, they take care of the parking and enforcement, and have, they kind of beef up the traffic perspective in terms of parking, and and I've never seen it in a community enrichment department or community decay department. I think that was kind of the outlier, who gets this one, right? Who picked the low dice, right? And so I think there is, in my mind, a good sort of idea to have it under a traffic division under law enforcement, because they can bring the officers to an issue probably quicker than Dave could. Now, with that said, I'm sure the sheriff has a different opinion and probably gonna call me right after this meeting today. But frankly, I never thought having it under community enrichment was a great place to have it. I think you need some of the enforcement, and then also bringing some of the sheriff's office to bear on that, having a uniformed officer trying to do that and helping with that. So that's just my, but to answer your question, Matt, I don't think so. I think a lot of it's under either stand by themselves or under the sheriff's office. Now that could have changed, but
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Dan. Usually parking, not always, but a lot of times it morphs into abandoned cars. It morphs into something that requires law enforcement to get involved, and then getting tow trucks. I mean, there's this whole gamut of things that a lot of times have to go on. It's not just giving a ticket for being parked over 2 hours in Uptown. So I always thought that was a little bit more on the law enforcement side myself, but I don't know, Sheriff Messer would probably take me to the woodshed with that one.
Ms. Dorr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was the kind of the impetus for the first question that we had for you, with where that should land. And while you think it's good right now, we are going to ultimately talk with Sheriff Lester about, this is probably a good thing to talk about as well, along with the coroner's office. So, we're dealing mainly with structure and where things are best placed for the best efficiency, cost effectiveness for the taxpayer and everything else. So appreciate your insights to that, so thank you.
Ms. McCormick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dave. I think, I'm really excited to hear about your community outreach ideas. I think that's, what that department has needed for a really long time, and it could be so beneficial to make community enrichment not be the boogeyman and be a part of the community. And that's just a comment that I wanted to make. And then I really don't have a question, but I do know that the Parking Commission was part of community development until about 5 years ago. And I think it was the issues that were going on in the parking garage, all the vandalism and tomfoolery that was going down there that kind of prompted that movement to community enrichment. So, but I still don't, before that, I think maybe for a long time it was kind of its own department. But it's a gnarly question. It's a gnarly issue, and your department is full of gnarly things, and kind of unraveling that and smoothing things out. I think you're offering us a great opportunity for that, and I want to thank you for it.
Are we ready for question 5? Mr. Denny?
question 4 now?
4. Yeah, that's you.
I think that's question 7.
Yeah, so let's just go to 7.
Impertinence.
Dave, what advice would you give the study commission in terms of conducting a comprehensive study like we're trying to do, and some impactful review of the local government. Do you have any suggestions for what we're doing or can do better?
I really don't. I think you guys are doing the right thing. You're listening, you're trying to find every avenue to listen to folks, and I think that's the most important thing. Because I think a lot of folks don't come out and engage in things like this. I think they view it that, hey, I elected you to this commission because I trust you to do it. I don't want to be engaged. So any avenue you can find to hear from those folks, I think is important.
Thanks.
Any follow-up questions? How about now, Ms.
All right,
Shaw?
number 5. Again, Dave, thank you for being here, and I hope you are enjoying an opportunity to spill your guts and everything else, but it's good, I think everybody should, and you're new, and you have enthusiasm I've never really seen in Community Enrichment before, which is really refreshing. What inefficiencies could be addressed through changes to local government structure? Now, you might have already touched on some of this, but think of anything else?
Well, I think we covered that pretty thoroughly. I don't really have anything to add.
Okay. Maybe we should ask you that in 6 months and not 3 months, right?
Any follow-ups to that? Ms. McCormick, number 6.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Brindle. Okay, Dave, this is your next question. What challenges do you foresee for Butte-Silver in the next 10 to 20 years, and does the current government structure position the city county to meet those challenges effectively?
I go back to the things we talked about, how the main ones being housing, and then throw infrastructure in there as well. Make sure that we have the infrastructure for additional housing. I think that you've already interviewed more departments that would have way more knowledge on that than I could offer you. And that would be the big ones for me, that housing.
Any follow-ups? Mr. Silk, you have lucky number 7.
Man, I should have took a better seat.
Magic question.
Yeah, so Dave, we ask every department head, this question number 7, I know that you have it there with you. What is the current rate of annual compensation for the Community Enrichment Department Director and your professional staff, and are these rates fair?
So I was hired at $92,000 a year. I've got a code enforcement coordinator that makes around $61,600. A weed control coordinator that's around $54,300. Got 3 code enforcement officers that are at $57,664. Then I've got these next positions are subject to the collective bargaining agreements, the clerk's union. But I've got a clerk 3, which is a lead parking enforcement officer, makes $46,700-ish. Got 2.5 parking enforcement officers that are clerk 1s, make around $34,400. And then I split an administrative specialist with the animal services department, which is a clerk 4 that makes around $58,300.
What was that, I'm sorry?
$58,300, sorry. And as far as whether they're fair or not, I wasn't part of the study commission that could have wrapped it up right when I got hired, so I'd have to assume that they're fair. I would just, I think about what you're saying as far as parking folks should be law enforcement and I mean, I don't know, are those salaries representative of where they should be for what they're doing? I'm not sure.
Follow-up question. Okay, is there anything that you would like to add that we didn't already cover, or any parting thoughts?
I don't think so. I was probably rude. Should have thanked you guys for having me here at the beginning, but better late than never. So
Yeah.
Thank you, and if you need anything moving forward, just reach out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have you, Mr. Germain.
My name is Craig Germain. I'm the IT director for Butte-Silver.
Okay, so kind of following the same way that we've done, you saw the last interview, so same format, same directions, and I will start in the same order. So, Ms. Dolan, I'll have you kick us off, please.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. What are the specific responsibilities and duties of the Butte-Silver IT director?
Sure. Well, thank you very much for having me and listening to me speak about information technology. I feel it's an important part of what Butte-Silver does and how we serve our citizens and moving forward. And thank you also. I know you guys are volunteer doing this commission. I don't envy your job. I think it's only going to get tougher the further you get into it. So I appreciate your efforts on that. As the information technology director, so my team provides a wide variety of technology services to the city county of Butte-Silver, and these things include managing the information technology infrastructure and the network, business continuity and disaster recovery, a cybersecurity program, computing device procurement and deployments, data and voice communications, software and hardware technical support to all city county staff, technology training to staff and employees, acquiring maintenance contracts for technology, procuring technology capital infrastructure and improvements, and setting, implementing, and overseeing the Butte-Silver technology budget. Basically, in a nutshell, if it has a blinking light, I probably have to support it.
All more questions?
I'm just curious, because I'm 60 years old, older than a lot of people in Butte, but I just want to find out your opinion about how you do your job with the various generations that you have to deal with. I'm just curious about how that is, because I know I'm not very technically inclined. I get a lot of help from my kids, but what does that look like for you? And is that draining on your day, just to all of that support that you have to give some older folks probably? Or am I assuming too much?
No, Madam Chair and Commissioner Dolan, thank you for the question. It's part of the fun of it in a way. We do get all kinds, which makes it a bit challenging. We'll have the early adopters who will want to grab a new technology and implement it and go use it, and then we'll have those that struggle with some more of the basic concepts and steps of support and such. And so my team has to be very adept at being able to communicate to different people and the different levels of technology. And that's just part of what you do every day. Really, the way I'm trying to teach my staff is that we are here to support the citizens of Butte-Silver and to make their lives better. And we do that through supporting all the different departments. And so however different departments need to be supported to be able to do that job of serving the citizens, then we're there to try to help them succeed in that. And so we try to adapt to that.
One quick follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. So with that, could you give us a sense of where Butte-Silver County lies on the spectrum of, I still work on a typewriter, which obviously probably not, and then to the, like you mentioned, the latest and greatest things with technology, where does Butte-Silver fall, and are we current enough, I guess, is my question.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Dolan, if I'm going to be candid in all honesty, I'd say we're about 15 years behind.
Oh, okay.
Can you expand a little bit?
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, I came from state government, where I felt like state government was probably 5 to 10 years behind. Now, in some ways, this isn't a bad thing, because government tends to not want to be on the bleeding edge, because that's where you lose money. That's for the innovative technology companies. They have the funding to go do that and experiment, and if it fails and they lose $1 million, they walk away, no problem, we'll try somewhere else. We don't have that luxury in government. So we tend to fall a little bit behind on that. Coming to Butte-Silver and just for your information, I got hired, I started in November, so I've only been here about 5 months. So it's kind of eye-opening as I look and try to learn where we're at in these things. Some of you may be familiar with Microsoft Teams as a platform for conferencing and interacting with folks. I find very few people in the organization, if I instant message them on Teams, I may never get a response. Many of them don't even have it open, they don't leverage it very well. They know how to use it for meetings, for virtual meetings, but as a communication platform, they're still typically gonna go through email or maybe even a phone call. So there's efficiencies we could gain by implementing better technologies, and I'm working with my staff to try to do that so that people are getting used to this and to adopt to the change of leveraging these ways of becoming a little more efficient on things. Another one I'll talk about is we're still on probably the first shock. I got this a half hour into my first day when I was being onboarded. We're still using paper timesheets. And managers have to run around town, getting signatures every 2 weeks, running them up to the courthouse, getting them to payroll, then have to key them in by hand. And so we're working on an initiative to get us up to speed on that too, to start using digital to gain the efficiencies, which will also save the city county money as well, as staff time will be able to be repurposed for more pertinent tasks within different departments. So.
Mr. Smith?
I don't have a question, but more of a comment to your question of elaborating on how far we are behind, and I can speak on emergency services perspective. I did an internship in Helena when I went to the fire science program for my associate's degree, and the Helena Fire Department had mobile data terminals in their vehicles, and that was over 15 years ago. We just got them a couple of years ago, and thank God for IT to install those. Those have upped the emergency services game to the next level, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what our capabilities are. And so I just want to say thank you. I know you said you just started 5 months ago, but I hope you stick it out. And there's a lot of people within Butte-Silver government that want to be more efficient, or we're looking to be more efficient because we're so busy. So I just wanted to say thank you for that and enlighten the group that these advancements are a real tool that the entire community can use. And then with the payroll, I hope you get it done as soon as possible. So, thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioner Selk, I appreciate that, and I would like to just couch that. In some areas, Butte-Silver has done really well and is really on top of it. That is a great example of one. They have invested well in the fire and police departments. Those vehicles are outfitted as better than I've ever seen for those people to be able to do their jobs. In fact, I had to ask, how come the police continually leave their vehicles, several vehicles running outside the department all the time? It's because it takes too long to boot up all the devices if they have to get going in an emergency. And to keep the batteries charged. I mean, that's how outfitted these vehicles are. They have Wi-Fi everywhere they go and cameras every which way, and you probably know a lot of it. So there's some areas that have done really well in the past several years. To whoever made the decisions before me, they've invested well in a number of things, especially through ARPA funds, that have brought a lot of things up to date on the back end, which is really great. So we are getting there, and we're getting a lot better. Now we have to bring our users up to leverage these things better as well, but it's encouraging to see.
And thanks, Dan, you got a lot of it started with as always, with
If it
the
wasn't for the IT
system.
department, it'd still be in a box.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So,
Someone had to get the money too, so.
yeah. Good public spending.
Follow-up questions, Lisa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do you see, just as, a wide-ranging look as to what AI is going to be able to do to help Butte-Silver Bow? I know that some tasks are monumentous, but with AI, they can be really consolidated into a few hours versus months. I'd just like your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Dolan, great point, and I probably can't go through a single day without hearing about AI. It's one of those technologies that is developing. Right now, in some ways, it kind of overpromises with expectations. This is the way technology often goes through its cycle. People see AI in the release and they're thinking Iron Man and Ultron, and this is the way the world's going to work. Yes, that's probably what some people are dreaming down the road, but it's going to be a long ways. For the initial input of how AI can help us get better, what we'd look for is start how to implement it on routine tasks to make those things more efficient. and how we can improve services. A lot of those basic things. For example, we have partnered with a company that runs the Butte-Silver chatbot. Well, at the back end, that's actually AI in a way, that what it's doing is trying to learn the questions people are asking and help them find those resources. So when they search it on the website, they get the correct answer to them that much sooner. And so we continue to look for that and step our way into it.
Follow-up questions? Mr. Thielen, question 2?
Madam Chair, Ray, thank you for being here. What are the most critical problems presently confronting the IT department?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Thielen, keeping up. Technology advances so rapidly, and to support the lines of business and to help us grow and with the size and complexity, it is a daunting challenge to try to stay on top of it, both for staff to learn new technologies and then implement in ways that actually help people do their jobs better. That's part of what makes the job fun, but also part of what makes it very challenging, especially for city county governments that are kind of in that mid-size tier. We're not as big with the funding as like a state, but Butte-Silver is a lot bigger than a lot of the small communities across Montana that really just don't have resources to do anything. So keeping up is definitely one of the challenges. I have 8 technical staff that support up to about 500 city county employees. That ratio puts 1 IT person to support every 62 and a half people. That makes it a little challenging. But I've got a really good, hardworking team that really desires to do a lot of good work. I'm proud of them. They try to stay on top of it and try to make sure that people are getting the services they need and prioritizing those things. So that would be one of the major challenges there. Yeah, and like I said before, from what I can see, the organization's been supportive of IT, especially in the budgets the past few years, and allocating the resources necessary to help us be able to move forward. And so it's kind of nice to step in and see that happening and to have those opportunities and to feel that momentum that's taking place.
With that phrase, so keeping up, trying to keep up with everything, do you feel you have enough staff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Thielen, probably never. No, it's not a good ratio for doing that. One of the two examples, the 2 challenges of not having adequate staff is that you're always kind of tending to fires and trying to keep up. Where in reality, if you want to get the efficiencies of technology, you got to be able to get out ahead a little bit and start implementing solutions that make you more efficient. Both us as an IT team, which is kind of where I focused on my first 5 months to help us get a little more lined out, organized, so that we can then help the departments be more efficient in what they do. That's the first major challenge on that. The second one is that with the team right now, so I came from the state. I was the CIO for the Department of Natural Resources. I had conservation for 8 years, and there I had 4 teams underneath me. We had the technology services that like I've been talking about here, help the users be productive and serving citizens. We had the data and systems folks that manage the servers and networks. That's what the Butte-Silver IT team does, are those 2 things. I also had a GIS team. Here at Butte-Silver, that GIS team's underneath Julie in the planning department. She may talk about that later. And then the 4th team was the applications development team. That's application support, helping people use the applications that they do to do their good work. We don't have that at Butte-Silver. So what we end up doing is we partner with communities and consultants and other firms. When we need that kind of application work, then we have to hire them to do that work. Because we don't have that staff for anything that goes beyond a simple tweak. On the positive side, that makes a really good community partnership with the private sector between Butte-Silver, so we can build good relationships that way. But on the negative side, that means every time we need something done that's not simple, we have to go through a procurement process and hire someone who, frankly, I pay a private sector engineer $225 an hour. for their work. And so, it's kind of one of those things, they have the expertise, so in that way it's more efficient than having a person on staff doing some of that work, but at other times, it would be awfully nice if we had something to be able to help us move forward, because some of the applications we're supporting have been around a long time and really need to be modernized or updated or even replaced. But that's a big lift for government people, because the classic example is probably the worst case scenario is payroll. Payroll people are always in their system, always using it. Very hard to replace the payroll system, because you end up having to float two systems and then try to help them migrate over, because there's never downtime. And frankly, for every department is like that, but some of them you can flex around a little bit more on that. So it makes it challenging to be able to support those things.
Thank you.
Ms. Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to follow up on Ben's question and your thoughts about outsourcing, $225 an hour is a lot of money, but I would ask for your thoughts on, if you were to get more staff, would you be able to hire them under the constraints of government funding and a government job versus private sector, especially in IT, where I think I would not be surprised that the pay is so different and drastically different that it would be a challenge. Could you enlighten us on that a little bit?
Yeah, certainly, Madam Chair and Commissioner Dolan. You're absolutely right. And I was gonna touch on that on number 7.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Got ahead of myself.
No, I wouldn't be able to hire, frankly. It is gonna be I haven't had to hire someone yet, thankfully. I'm not looking forward to it. I've been watching Julia try to do this for the GIS team, and it is very difficult to get technologically qualified people to come at the rates that Butte-Silver pays. So in that sense, it's actually more efficient for me to work with the private sector where they have that expertise, because even though I'm paying them a lot more, I can hire them and they can do the job in 12 hours, that if I were to try to get a person here and have them do it, they're gonna need training, they're gonna need that, and so it makes it a lot more challenging. So in some ways it's more efficient to do that. On that note, I've been looking at what systems we have in information technology we can outsource the support on, because we don't have a staff that can do a good job at everything, and to keep that technical skill. And if I got them that good technologically, they should leave and go get jobs in the private sector. I've got staff that are committed to Butte-Silver because they like it, and that's great. And it's great to be able to work with those people. Generally, my experience with government professionals in technology is they like doing the good work of helping the public, and so that makes that part fun. But no, in some ways, so what I've been doing is trying to find that healthy mix of the things that I can't afford to do, I want to pay someone else to do because it's more efficient for Butte-Silver.
Any follow-ups? Number 3.
Madam Chair, thank you. Craig, thank you. What changes, if any, in governmental structure, organization, or powers would help the IT department address its most critical problems?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stephan, thank you. The Chief Executive recently moved the Information Technology Department from under Finance and Budget to stand up as his own department. That's actually how the position got created that I got hired into. That was a very wise move, because now the Information Technology Department can serve everybody equally and assess the best course of actions, the best security risks, the best ways of approaching these things equally, and supporting all the different departments. Oftentimes, historically, what I've seen is when IT is buried in a department, that department gets the love, and that department spends a little bit more. And so we're actually right now for structure for when it comes to information technology, I think we're in a good place. I think it's in the right place. Equal standing with the other directors, and have been developing good relationships with them, from my point, for the last 5 months. And the only one suggestion I was going to make was that we don't have an application development group. There's a couple other areas where I have staff that will do certain roles, and we're getting trained up in those that we're not as thick in that I would like to have on that, and so maybe a little internal restructuring. But in large part, we're much better than really I think were probably a year ago.
Follow-up questions? Can you expand on application development for our knowledge?
Sure, Madam Chair. Application development would be building or tweaking, modernizing the application interface of a various program that somebody may use. So for example, weed control. I believe we're using a very older system for that. And it's off of a database that really needs to get modernized. It was built on a Microsoft Access, if you could even call it a database. Most technology people don't call it a database. And needing to get these things up to SQL Server. Staff sometimes have to do this by hand to update these things. If their interface changes, and let's say an ordinance changes, council passes something different, and now the application needs to be structured differently for that. Now we have to change an application front end for his staff to use properly, and we may not have the experience to do that. One of the things, picking on bigger, we've talked about is bringing a spatial component into the weed management, where citizens can crowdsource, hey, I found all these weeds over here, letting me know, just like they do with the pothole application, where citizens can report a pothole and then it goes to the Public Works Department and they send someone out to find it and then they fix that. Those kind of things are what we're looking to do with more of the departments to help them become more efficient in serving citizens. If that requires a front-end interface build-out or development or change, that would be application development.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Knight?
One more question. You mentioned, and I know we'll talk with Julie in a minute, but GIS, is it, and I know planning uses that obviously all the time, but is that something you, what is your opinion on where that sits department-wise? Would it be better to sit with you in GIS because of the technology, or is it good where it's at?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Dolan, that's a toss-up. I have no problem with it being under Julia. I'm working very closely with Julia on the future of the GIS, and what we're trying to do is kind of restructure that so her team is focused on the citizen services and making sure that citizens are getting the data and be able to leverage the GIS data of Butte-Silver to be able to help support the community on that. And my team would be doing more with the back-end stuff. I don't have the team expertise on that, so that's one of the things we're looking at trying to find other outside support on. There's some good options on that. I'm not talking too much, yeah, okay. And so yeah, I'm fine with it. It could go either way on that. I'm a little somewhat biased. I'm very passionate about GIS. It's my background too, so.
Follow-ups. Mr. Stefan, number 4.
Nope, I had them. Either part A or
It's
part
number
B, I'm
3.
ready.
Yeah, I just can't seem to number tonight, so thank you.
It's all good. Well, one of the questions that we ask, and we've asked every department head and elected officials so far, is some of the things that we're hearing that's been brought up for the last several months is, what's your idea or your opinion on having 12 council commissioners districts? Do you have an idea or an opinion? And your opinion on a chief executive versus a city manager sort of form of government?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Denny, you know, on that one, as you look at the different options, I guess first I would recommend from a more high-level view is keep a mind's eye on the core purpose of government. We're here to serve the citizens and to protect them, to protect their data, to enable them to thrive freely and profitably within our borders. As good fiduciary stewards of taxpayer dollars, that is our core purpose. So what I would recommend first is look for areas in Butte-Silver where you see inefficiencies in that, where a group or a service or something is actually not really doing a good job at serving the citizens. Then those are the areas that maybe you look at saying, okay, do we need to have this and make it better, or is this actually growth in government that isn't really serving the purpose? It's kind of gotten out there. And what I found over the years in working in the public sector employees have a passion for doing good things, and they get innovative and come up with new ideas on how they can do it better. And so we add more and more to our services. But the problem is on the back end, we don't necessarily take other things off. And so then they get stressed and strained because they're trying to do everything with the small staffs that they had 15 years ago. And so where are we being inefficient on that and get back to the core purpose? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do with information technology. That's what I recommend all my peer directors do within their departments. Take a close look at what they do, what are the core things that they should be doing, and focus on that. When it comes to the structure of the commission and whatnot, you know, there's different structures you can have, different number of commissioners. In many ways, it's not so much the structure, it's who's in it, and are they focused on the right things for the community. If we're into personal opinions, I think 3 is too few. There's not enough chance to get a voice in if people are pretty stuck in where they're at. 12 districts, that's a lot for Butte-Silver. But one of the things I have been learning, Butte-Silver is very married to their past. They love the way it's always been, and so change becomes challenging on that. Somewhere between that number is probably the sweet spot for what would be right for a community this size. But exactly what that number is and how it works down, and that's why you folks are here.
Very political.
Thanks, yeah, very good.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Along with that, could you advise us on how we're doing or conducting our review of local government? Do you have any suggestions of what we can do better?
I'm
And are you going to do the political thing?
To be honest, I haven't been paying attention. I figure you folks are early enough in the process. I was chatting earlier, I think it was with Julia before the meeting started, and I was like, yeah, where it'll start getting ugly is when you're done talking to the departments and you start getting into putting out ideas on what it should look like. That's when it'll get fun to, you know, it's like state legislature. I've been through that enough times that January, February, March, yeah, I don't even turn it on, right? It's the last few weeks where it really starts getting exciting. So.
Appreciate it.
So, not to put you back in the arena, but I will, so any thoughts on city manager versus mayor or any of that? Or do you not want to take a position or opinion on that?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Dolan, I'm not trying to get overly political on it. Call the title what you want. The job still needs to get done. So whether you want to call the person a city commissioner, whether they're hired, whether they're elected, whether it's going to be a chief executive, at the end of the day, somebody needs to be leading the government in the strategic direction and the operations of services. Governments tend to be bureaucratic type of organizations, and so most of the structures are already in place with policy and ordinances and whatnot. Staff know what they need to do, they know how to do it, they have to follow the rules. So that leader is really there to help make sure that the resources are in the correct places, that the citizens get the correct services, and different leaders are gonna pick different priorities. But it's really, you know, at the end of the day, someone needs to lead that. And a point person needs to be there where they're there all the time for that. That's where that chief executive role comes in. And so, however you want to pick that person, it's in some ways fun that it's elected because that person then has a little more autonomy. But would it be more efficient if it was a city manager, you know, or if you had one of each, you know, different roles? There's plenty of work to do with the number of departments and the needs of the community. So I guess I'm getting back to being political, saying yeah, whatever. But it's, you know, right now the structure so far from what I've seen, it's working. You know, I basically one of the reasons I came was because of JP. I was like, ooh, I could work with this guy. He really seems to have a passion for what goes on here and doing good work. And so, so I'm, you know, I'm happy with that. But at the end of the day, you need someone to be here. So.
Follow-up questions? All right, next. Yes.
What number am I on, Raylan?
Number 5.
Seven.
Just kidding. Silly goose. What inefficiencies could be addressed? And thanks again, Craig, for being here. It's nice to see a fresh face, and you have only been here a few months. Well, Dave, you've been here before, but anyway, it's nice to see you here, and I am so excited about the IT department just getting a fresh eyes on things. And you know, you have a great group, and they're all really efficient. But what inefficiencies could be addressed through changes to local government structure? Now, we're trying to stay on point with the government form and also the charter. So, you're on.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Shaw, thank you for your appreciation of my being here. You know, the big one that comes to light for me in the few months I've been here that I've seen is in this inefficiency recommendation is really less on structure, more process. And that's having the departmental processes all have to be routed through the commissioner approval. I think this bogs down the commissioner effectiveness and what the commissioners are there for, and it slows the process of citizen services. So for an example, what I mean by this, we had to renew our antivirus licenses. Because that agreement for the next year has a signature line on it, I have to route it through council of commissioners. Now, I have the budget for it. They're not gonna deny antivirus for our computing systems. And it's something that could easily be delegated down to do this, but then I have to schedule, get on the commissioners, it has to go through, get approved before I can buy it. Well, there's a couple weeks there of delay in a process. There really is a no-brainer decision. And so I think there's a number of things. I've heard other directors talk also about grant applications, having to get permission to apply for a grant. Well, you can always say no to the grant if you get awarded to it. So having to ask for permission before you apply and then do that, those are things that I think could be delegated to either the chief executive or department directors. Certainly the finance and budget director knows if there's money there or not for any grant matches. And so where that delegate authority in line falls, but that's one thing that I think could be improved. That would allow the council of commissioners to focus on really the important items for the city county, major procurements, infrastructure, capital infrastructure, policy changes, governmental goals and strategic direction of the organization, and being able to help the chief executive, city manager, whatever you want to call it, know the strategic direction of where the commissioners want to take the organization, but then delegate the authority of executing on that to that person. I think would make it a little more efficient.
Yes. Very good. My question now is, if you look at our charter, there's no mention of IT, internet services, anything. And the last study commission, which I was on, just saying I'm a lot younger back then, was 20 years ago. So we didn't have any concept of that. I think the word cybersecurity wasn't even in the dictionary back then, that kind of thing. So I would, as a comment, I would recommend that we think seriously as a commission to add some element of a description or by law that we have a internet technology department, IT department. If anything, just to modernize our charter, bring it up to the modern day, which we didn't have 20 years ago, and it's just important. Not all departments are in the charter, I get that. But another example is Superfund, or which we now call remediation management. There's no mention of Superfund 20 years ago. So I'm just thinking, and I'll get your opinion, how you feel about that, just being recognized in our charter, which is actually our local constitution. That's how we look at our charter, and we can put it in what we want, and as long as it's, doesn't supersede state law. So I want to just challenge you with that one.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Shaw, absolutely. I take it such for granted that I didn't even really think about that kind of thing. Technology these days, love it, hate it. There's certain aspects of it I do not like social media. But it is the future of how organizations run in our world here in Montana and the U.S. Everything we do runs on technology, not just because of email, but there's so many different little processes that we do that everybody uses it in some way, shape, or form, and it only becomes more complex, better opportunities, but more complex to protect the citizen data and to make sure that the systems are secure and whatnot. And so, yeah, to ignore that would be a big misstep for the Butte-Silver bow. So I would concur absolutely.
Follow-ups?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's more of a comment than a question, but when you were talking about process and routing through the commission, I think that, I know I hear it all the time from folks in Butte-Silver Bow, wanting that routing to continue only because if you allow the department heads who are unelected, there's no check for them if you give them every, avenue to do everything autonomously and independent of the commission. I know it's laborious and you have to schedule weeks out, but I just would mention that as part of the process. Personally, I think it's, as a former commissioner, I think that's a good process and a good check on when department heads come before the Council of Commissioners. They are able to ask a bunch of these questions. And I know, of course, the matching issue with grants is substantial, especially if it's like a 50-50 match or what have you. But that process allows that check for the citizens of Butte.
Excellent. Any other follow-ups, comments? Okay. All right, moving on, Ms. McCormick, number 6.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for being here tonight. This question is, what challenges do you foresee for Butte-Silver Bow in the next 10 to 20 years? And does the current government structure position the city-county to meet those challenges effectively?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner McCormick. So the challenges I see first in the technology domain, technology will continue to advance. We've already kind of mentioned on artificial intelligence. That's the latest cutting edge that everybody hears about constantly. But it's only, it only continues to get more complex. So that's going to be a real challenge for Butte-Silver Bow. Trying to get ahead, trying to keep up, trying to manage all the different things I listed in the beginning when I opened about our job, what my department does. That will continue. I mean, even if we were to get thrown $5-10 million and twice the staff because technology changes so rapidly, it's hard to even strategically plan more than a couple of years out. So it's just the way of life in technology. Secondly, the challenge is that continually to leverage technology to make us more efficient and effective as we serve the citizens. When it comes to, for example, GIS, almost every department should be leveraging GIS to do their jobs better and more efficiently and doing it smarter. We have several of them that are doing a decent job at that, and there's some other opportunity in other ones that aren't leveraging it quite yet, and it's probably because of lack of good resources to be able to implement that, and technology to be able to do that, but we're helping where we can to do that. And there's some departments that are doing just a rocking job of knocking out of the park on how they're doing that. So continue to develop on those things. And then, the third one, I haven't talked a lot about in kind of on purpose, but malicious actors will continue to be a threat to our community, whether it be our cyber data and stealing our data, or trying to change our data, or holding it hostage, or our critical infrastructure. We have a lot of infrastructure, and most of the infrastructure in the community runs on technology. You flush your toilet, technology helps run that. And so we have a lot of things like that too. So protecting that is going to be something that's going to continue on out there. It's just the nature of the warfare in the cyber world. They've said many times, you probably have heard that the next big war, world war, is going to start, it's going to be a cyber war first before it turns into anything physical on the ground. And you kind of heard that a little bit, I think, with Russia and Ukraine, with the drones and everything else they're doing out there. And they were leveraging technology to fight their war before the people ever even showed up. As far as the government structure side of it, I think I pretty much already talked about that, some of the efficiencies that I had noted down. So, just having leadership have a dedicated direction to continue to build our community challenges like Dave was talking about with the community and some of the problems there. Where I step in and say, okay, can technology help with the homeless problem? How do we do this? And helping bring together the partners in the private sector and the community that want to help these people, and us trying to figure out how do we manage that and mark where these things are and things to help with that. That's kind of what I do. So.
Mr. Germain, if I could follow up a little bit, because you were talking about malicious actors, and I think I think almost every director has commented that the threats to personal data and protecting our citizenry data and the infrastructure issue that you just mentioned was one of the challenges that they had identified for the next 10 to 20 years. And so do we have a strategic plan in place, or do we have something that we're working in Butte-Silver to try to meet that threat?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. That's good to hear. It's something that is, you know, if you use the proverbial thing that keeps me up at night, that's it. So very quickly I recognize areas that we could improve, and we've taken steps to do that. And one of the ways I'm doing that is I've been partnering with other entities. So we partner with the state where I can partner with the state on that. We partner with the feds on that. We recently just went through Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency audit of our entire systems, so we know where we stand. Because this is a public meeting on these things, I can't really talk about specifics, because either way you could invite trouble. But I was pleased in some areas with where we're standing on the cybersecurity thing, and then saw some other things for long-range planning. It's like, okay, how do we do this? And I've had talks with Jim Keenan saying, okay, if this were to happen to take down your system, how many days water do you have? And how do we get you back online? Or how do we get you operating offline? So we have a plan in place for that, so that we can make sure Butte-Silver will continue to get water if he were to get hit. And so, so yeah, we're kind of double, triple time on developing that kind of a plan. And so I'm excited to see where that's coming together. We're making some really good steps on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Follow-ups? Ms. Dorn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back quickly to the GIS. Maybe it's just because I just don't know enough about it. For the folks that are watching tonight, could you tell us what GIS stands for, and how does every department be able to leverage that? Because I think old school folks would think GIS is like mapping, and that's about it. But could you expound on that a little bit, just to give us some sense of where that's going?
Sure, yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Dolan, you're asking the guy that don't tell me to get started. You hear him all the time.
In a nutshell.
So Geographic Information Systems is what GIS stands for. And basically, when I boil it down in a nutshell, it is the management and utilization of spatial data. Almost everything we do in a day-to-day basis has a spatial component to it and could be collected as data, and that's where some of the data is just getting scarfed up by the big companies all over the place. So you pull out your cell phone and you drive down the street and you start looking for coffee shops, you're gonna get coffee shops. Well, GIS is basically feeding that back end and tell you where all those are. But your data is also getting passed on to the big dogs of, this person really likes coffee. And so then it's getting fed into marketing schemes and other stuff, all that, because now they know your location and your interests. And so all that data starts feeding into GIS. And so I have, I advocate with my family, encourage them to be very careful what they do online and what they search for or ask for or whatnot, because you want to be able to recognize that my data is getting collected as well. In many ways that helps people. So one of the things that the combination between the GIS and Public Works, they map all the fire hydrants. And anytime a fire hydrant gets moved or changed or something, they mark that and locate that. So the fire department, when they go out on scene, they know exactly where the infrastructure is they need and to where the fire department's at. And they have that stuff in their trucks on the way there. So when they show up at a scene, they know where it's at. In the hopefully not too distant world, they even get a 3D map of the building they're going to and its entire interior design. So if those guys are in the dark, they know exactly where the layout is and where they're trying to head going into that. And I think from speaking with Zach, the fire chief, I think that's where they're headed as well. And so, does that do what you need?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Any other follow-ups? Number 7, Mr. Silver.
Okay, great, thank you again for being here, and everything that you've went through, answered the questions great. Number 7, what is the current rate of annual compensation for the IT department director and members of the department's professional staff? Are these rates of compensation fair?
Madam Chair, with permission, I'm going to hand out for your team, if that's all right. So Madam Chair, Commissioner Silk, I personally hesitate to talk a lot about salaries. I know they're all public information, but I find bringing attention to it just ends up creating more unrest and discontent among people, so I tend not to do it a whole lot. So I did make this for you. 7 of my staff are in a collective bargaining agreement. Their salary ranges based on their different positions is roughly anywhere between $24 to $33.50. I think most of them are in that either the 2 to 3 levels on either support specialist or analyst. We've kind of used these levels to band in other tasks. So like one of the people, the support specialist is our training person. One of the people in the analyst is our cybersecurity person, and so we try to kind of fit those in. There's a project manager that supports mainly JP's office, Chief Executive's office, and then the IT manager and director at about $49 an hour. And when it comes to the pay rates, fair probably isn't the correct word for that, but in all candidness, and Commissioner Nolan has asked about this earlier, in Butte-Silver, the IT team is about 30% underpaid compared to others around us. That would make it very challenging to have to fill a role. Typically what organizations our size will end up doing is when we have a vacancy, we'll end up hiring someone coming out of school who needs experience. We'll train them how to do the job in the real world. They'll get a couple of years experience and then they'll move on to a better paying job. And so we become that training grounds for them. On one hand, you get to train them to be what you want. Sometimes you get to keep them a little longer. I only have, I'd say one, I think 2 now, because he just passed his 5-year anniversary. I think I only have 2 staff that have been on my team for more than 5 years. The rest of them are under 5 years there. And so, and the experience Julie's having with trying to hire GIS people, she's been trying for months. And getting new qualified people is a challenge. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. And then to retain them becomes a challenge in that as well. So, for within Butte-Silver, it compared to a lot of other people in Butte-Silver, they're paid pretty well. But compared to the industry, they're underpaid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, knowing that most of your support staff is union and those are collective bargaining agreements, can you tell us what the project manager, IT manager, and IT director, what those yearly salaries are?
There's 2,080 hours in a year. So you multiply that. My salary is one of 2 and change. The project manager, I don't know off the top of my head. I want to think it was 58. I don't recall.
2 and change, what is that?
102,000.
Oh, 100,
Sorry.
okay, I'm sorry. And then the IT manager? Oh, same, sorry, yeah, okay,
96 to
thank you.
41.
Yeah, it's
Not
always
good
a
at
toss up of do you get an annual, do you get an hourly?
Yeah.
I tend to like annual, usually HR people do hourly, and so I've got to learn the number.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions? Anything you would like to add?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you very much for your interest in technology. Sometimes you get good interest, sometimes you don't. But I appreciate you looking at it, and I really appreciate everybody's support here. It's fun watching how passionate Butte-Silver people are for Butte-Silver. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Crane. See if I get the question numbering and the person right this time. 3rd time's a charm.
Why start now?
Just for that, I might start with you.
13, you should.
So Ms. Crane, thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate you sitting through the other directors' meetings too. I know that it can be a little long to sit in chair, so I appreciate you spending your time with us this evening. Ms. Dolan, would you like to kick us off, please?
I would, thank you. Thank you, Julia, for being here. Appreciate your time, as always. What are the specific responsibilities and duties of the Butte-Silver Bow Planning Director?
Well, my name is Julia Crane. I have been in the position of planning director for just about a year and a half now. And so I'm gonna walk through our department, quite detailed, so please be patient with me. I also wanna say thank you for having me, and we did execute sort of a perfect set of people to come tonight because we do collaborate pretty extensively. GIS side and also the community enrichment and planning departments overlap, in trying to achieve, certain outcomes for the community. The planning department is quite a multifaceted department comprising 4 divisions. We have the planning department, the building department or division, land records division, and geospatial services or GIS, all of which I manage, organize, and direct their activities. Within these 4 divisions, I directly supervise 14 employees. Within the planning department, we take care of long-range planning, which is responsible for long-range strategic planning. Our strategic plan is known as the 2020 Comprehensive Plan. The plan is excellent and outlines both our objectives and policies for future land use, and also, due to its robust and extensive public process, also expresses and expands on the community's goals and desires for its future development. The plan itself is not a regulatory document, however, it is a guiding document. And long-range planning, including land use planning and associated regulations, are approved by the planning board. I serve as secretary to the planning board. I also report to the planning board. The planning board, in the execution of their duties, do delegate some responsibility to myself and my staff. And that includes advisory roles to the Council of Commissioners. And the planning board's powers and duties are authorized under state statute and include supervision and regulation of administration of the affairs of the board, the prescription of rules pertaining to investigations and hearings, and the qualifications for the hiring, removal, and compensation of its employees. The planning board also delegates responsibility to keep records, files, bonds, and contracts, and the responsibility for the custody of those papers and documents of the board within the planning department, and also to make recommendations and report on Butte-Silver planning activities. It delegates responsibility to prepare, publish, and distribute reports, proposed ordinances and resolutions, and other materials. It prepares and submits an annual budget, accepts, receives, and holds gifts, donations, grants, and property. It receives, reviews, and conducts public hearings, grants preliminary approvals, disapprovals, and conditional approvals, and then makes those recommendations to the Council of Commissioners. And it also acts as the zoning commission. On the opposite side of the die is the short-term development review or short-range planning and zoning enforcement. The preliminary implementation mechanism for a comprehensive plan is a zoning ordinance. I am responsible for the administration of Title 17 of the Butte-Silver Municipal Code. This authority is conferred to the planning director by the planning board, which authorizes staff to perform ministerial or administrative acts on their behalf. What that means is when someone comes into the office and has an application before us, there are certain things that are embedded within the code that we have the authorization to approve outright. However, there are some issues that come before our board that require further analysis. You are probably familiar with the lexicon of a special or conditional use permit or a variance. Under that responsibility, we are looking initially at the code to determine whether or not the project meets the height, setback, requirements for the project, if it is or is not a permitted use in that particular district, or how much parking or landscaping is required with that project. However, if you need a conditional or a special use permit or a variance, there is supplemental information that is required. Typically, an applicant would bring in an application, pay a small fee, and then our staff would consider that and determine what additional requirements need to be fulfilled to bring the project to fruition. And then we develop a staff analysis that documents findings of fact. And those findings of fact are based on statute and on local ordinances, and then we then present them to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The Zoning Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial board that has independent decision-making authority granted to it. As part of the responsibilities of the planning department, we plan for these meetings, meeting the required publication requirements. We advertise in the newspaper, we put sandwich boards out at the sites. We hold and schedule the meeting, we record and publish to YouTube, we document those findings in minutes, and then we keep those records within the department. In addition to long-range planning and short-range planning, we are responsible for subdivision in the city and county. This is administered under Title 16 of the local municipal code. Subdivision itself involves the evaluation of subdivision proposals to create new lots in Silver County. This work is performed on statutorily imposed timelines. We work which involves ensuring the proposal meets the criteria imposed in statute and in the local regulations. And then we review for proper access, transportation infrastructure, the provision of open space, water availability, drainage, sanitation, and we strive to prevent degradation to our environment and to ensure that our aquatic species and our natural species and special areas are protected through development. We collaborate extensively with the Butte-Silver Fire Department, the Health Department, and Public Works Department to execute subdivision, making sure that we have adequate fire provision and access for fire or police to address a problem that should it happen in that area. Make sure they can get there by following the specifications that the Public Works Department has imposed, and then making sure that they are either connecting to our municipal infrastructure via water and sewer, or with the Health Department to ensure that they have the appropriate well and drain fields for their septic systems. Part of this work also involves the review of site plans, surveys, and understanding the applicable subdivision requirements and approvals. And we support this work by writing also staff analyses, evaluating the proposals, considering the impacts, and then we make recommendations to the planning board, and ultimately they make a recommendation to the Council of Commissioners, including imposing the appropriate conditions of approval on a subdivision. This includes the time between preliminary approval and final approval. It also includes ensuring that we are making sure that they're putting in sidewalks if those are necessary in their neighborhood, or working through variance processes if they are not necessary, and all of that being documented, and then managing the public process associated with those. In addition to subdivision, we also are responsible for floodplain administration. Butte-Silver has many creeks, rivers, and tributaries that are located here, and this is essentially to ensure that we reduce flood risk and we ensure responsible development of the regulated floodplain. This involves collaboration with the state and federal agencies and local floodplain administrators, oftentimes many engineers and technical experts. In order to submit a floodplain permit in the state of Montana, you are required to be a professional engineer. And so the staff that administers the floodplain ordinance is responsible for reading and interpreting site plans. It is responsible for discerning the information on the survey, and then performing technical scientific analysis of hydraulic flows. So it is incredibly technical work, and this is accompanying, somebody wants to build a house on their property and a little creek flows through there. We have them all over here, just over in the south part of the valley. We want to make sure that a house can be built, but if we have a high flow year, that no one is going to be compromised and their house isn't going to flood and they're not going to be subject to incredible costs. And then that there's not a cascade of events that may impact other property owners downstream. We are also responsible for grant-funded projects. We currently have 3 grant-funded projects in the planning department. We are administering a $350,000 DNRC grant to rehabilitate and conserve the Anselmo and Stewart mine yards, and it is my responsibility to fulfill the quarterly reporting requirements to the DNRC. We participate in the NSP3 program, which was an initial housing and urban development federal grant that was carried out beginning in, I think, the mid-2010s under the purview of then Senior Planner and Assistant Planning Director Lori Casey. This is a revolving loan fund that helps facilitate affordable housing. So those houses that were built initially do pay a small fee back to the county, and then we then re-grant that funding to build additional affordable housing units. We collaborate with that program with National Affordable Housing Network and Habitat for Humanity of Southwest Montana. Under that work, I fulfill the quarterly reporting requirements. And then we just received a $208,000 grant to update the 2016 transportation plan using Federal Highway Administration dollars. This is essentially to dictate how the funding, the federal allocations to improve the transportation infrastructure in the city and county of Butte-Silver is planned for and guides the investment of those dollars over time. I am responsible for drafting the RFP, working with the contractor, which we have yet to select, and then also fulfill the quarterly reporting requirements associated with that. In addition to the planning department, we have the code enforcement or the building division. This is fulfilled through chapter 15 of the municipal code, which is the building code. This work is responsible for essentially making sure that the construction, enlargement, alteration, and just even modification of buildings is safe and is done to the appropriate international building code. This involves determining safe occupancy, design requirements such as height and location, fire safety, geotechnical sufficiency of the site for its development, and we also issue those permits for construction. The responsibilities are delegated to the building official who secures the required certifications to perform the necessary plan reviews, engineering analyses, and architectural and structural sufficiency. We are also responsible for the sale of permits and the establishment of those fee structures, and then also managing the bonding for all permitted projects in Silver Bow County, whether they be a performance bond that is secured through surety or another instrument, or cash bonds that are placed and held in trust by our department to ensure that once the project is done, we can reimburse those funds to ensure that it is fulfilled to its satisfaction. This is an important component of our work, that we are responsible for the annual permit valuations for the city and county of Butte-Silver Bow, approximately about $63 million in fiscal years 2023 and 2024. This process is particularly crucial for accurate property tax assessments for Silver Bow County residents and the fair taxation for the state and local government, and it has a relationship to the mill values which impact our tax base here in Silver Bow County. The Land Records Department is currently it is responsible for the maintenance of county land records, including the review and filing of certificates of survey, plats, realty transfers, and deeds. So every land transaction that has taken place in the city and county of Butte-Silver Bow, dating back to even patent era of 1890s, perhaps even back to the 1870s, is held in our land records office, which is just adjacent to the clerk and recorder's office. In this particular department, we also assist with examining land surveyor coordination. In order to file a plat or a certificate of survey in the state of Montana, an examining land surveyor is required to sign off on that survey to make sure that it meets the specific requirements of the statute and the administrative code. This department also handles Butte-Silver Bow owned property purchase requests and is secretary to the Land Sales Committee. They handle alley vacation requests, delinquent tax property redemptions and sales in collaboration with the treasurer's office. They handle some subdivision exemptions, including condominiums, boundary relocations, and adjustments. And then by ordinance, although not currently held within the land sale or the land records office, is the special improvement districts, which are handled in the budget and finance office. This also, one important element of the land records office is that this department is responsible for the allocation of parcel ID or assessor code numbers for all those parcels or lots that are created through subdivision or exemption, and we provide that information to the Montana Department of Revenue to ensure appropriate allocation of property tax assessments. And then we have our geospatial services, which prepare and maintain databases of Butte-Silver Bow spatial data. They develop and provide to employees web applications and web maps, making data available to internal employees to perform operations and maintenance tasks in the field. to inventory issues, to develop work orders and troubleshoot technology issues as they interface with geospatial tools. We primarily serve the planning, public works, and reclamation departments, but there is, as Craig mentioned earlier in his remarks, an incredible opportunity to expand the role of GIS within the local government, in particular expanding its utilization in the public health sphere, the community enrichment department to track and understand where violations are occurring so that we can use those for strategic planning purposes, and also to allow us to be more proactive and responsive to goals and intentions within the department. We also provide our public access to zoning information, floodplain maps, utility and other infrastructure data to help inform developers, permittees, and the general public to better understand the physical shape of their community and use those resources to help plan and assess the conditions prior to applying for something within our department and prior to permitting. We also perform the splits and combinations of property and assign geocodes and then provide up-to-date information to the Montana State Library for integration into what I'm sure you've all used, which is the Montana Cadastral website. We are working very hard to make the local cadastral information publicly available so that you can see that property ownership information interfacing with our zoning layers and our floodplains and other data that we have available, like water lines and sewer lines and stormwater systems. We also maintain the road centerline files, which are sourced through the police department and fire department to allow dispatch to emergency service vehicles to locations throughout the county. In addition to those functions within the 4 divisions, I participate in committees as necessary, and I serve as staff to 6 boards. I am the Secretary of the Planning Board, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, the Superfund Advisory and Redevelopment Trust Authority, the Building Board of Appeals, and the Transportation Coordinating Council.
Got it?
That is it, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a bit, but yeah.
Follow-up questions?
Just God bless her.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Julia. Oh my goodness, where do we start? But I just want to get your perspective with, when you started out with the planning board seems to have a lot of institutional power, and correct me if I'm wrong, and those positions, are they elected? How does that work, and is that framework working for you and working for the people of Butte?
I appreciate that question. Thank you, Commissioner Dolan. So I have not interacted with the planning board as frequently or as often as I would like to. It is probably the board that in my short tenure as planning director, it is an area where I need to learn more. But for your information, there are 9 members to the planning board. 7 of those are appointed by the chief executive, and 2 of those are appointed by the council of commissioners. Currently, I could not tell you who those appointees are, but we have 1 commissioner serving on the planning board. And essentially what they are responsible for is setting planning-related regulation for the city and county of Butte-Silver. And so they are taking into consideration all of the planning challenges, and they're trying to look forward while also being responsive to current day to make sure that we have a regulatory system that really supports the well-being of our community. I believe that they are a powerful entity. I believe that there is more responsibility that I could be utilizing them to help guide in my own work, and to make sure that, I think this is very important, that we have a place where the public has an interface to specifically communicate about planning issues in Silver County. So there's real opportunity there. But I do think that the structure is working.
Follow up. Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's interesting that 9 members, 7 are appointed by the chief and 2 by the commission. What is your opinion on that? Do you think it should be more 50-50? I mean, it just seems to be skewed heavily to an elected chief to put folks in there friendly to the chief. I'm not saying anything nefarious about that at all, but I'm just weighing the 7-2. What are your opinions about that, if you have any?
Personally, I don't know that there is any perfect allocation of who shall be members. For me, my opinion would be that the composition of the board reflects a broad array of the public, so that you're not just allocating those seats to those who are interested in real estate development, but also those that are interested in affordable housing and ADA accessibility, or those that deal with the unhoused. I think it's really important to have a diverse board rather than it being one particular entity allocating those seats.
Ms. Crane, can you talk about their terms of service, and they overlap, correct? And then how long they stay? And
That's correct. They do overlap, and I believe that they're staggering 2- and 3-year terms, but Chair Brandel, I am not entirely clear. I would need my bylaws in front of me to reiterate those seats for you.
And then many of the people serve multiple terms too, correct? Like they kind of get seated and then they stay if they're reappointed and...
That is correct. And I think that that is actually a benefit to the planning board. It's an incredible amount of institutional knowledge that can attain continuity. It's my opinion that the board has always been keeping the best interests of our community in place. And it allowed those staggered terms, and also the duration of those that have served can match when you have somebody that's been there for maybe 10 years with somebody that's been there for 2, because they can help shed more light on the decisions that were made in the past and how they would inform a decision in the future.
Follow-up questions, Ms. Doyle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up with what Raylan was just asking. So, and I really appreciate the continuity and institutional knowledge piece, but at the same time, if there are not end dates someone could be on, I mean, this is my question earlier to Dave with regard to the parking commission.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have been on the parking commission for decades. And so I'm wondering, do you feel like there should be at least some guidelines or posts saying you can serve for X amount of time before you need, we said to here tonight, several people with the fresh eyes and new blood. Sometimes these boards get very stagnant because you have the same people, and we appreciate their service, of course, but at the same time, to reinvigorate at some point. Just your thoughts on that.
I think it could go both ways. I think that the continuity of a perspective can be a benefit. I think that I look at some of the longer tenured members of the board and their ability to share the evolution of our community over time. I don't know the full length at which many of them have been on the board. However, somebody that has seen Butte sort of travel through its resilience, post-mine closure, and being able to inform us about the challenges that were experienced then, is a new perspective for someone new to appreciate. And I think that there is that great opportunity for sort of the collegiate relationship between fresh eyes and perspective. And I think that that always tends to inform better decisions.
Other follow-ups?
Yep, just looking, thank you, Madam Chair. To Cindy's question about the number of appointees, my understanding and in looking at the charter is that it falls under the chief executive to appoint all members of, I'm trying to look at what the, you'll have to forgive me, I had it a second ago. But all members of boards, commissions with consent and advisement of the council of commissioners. So it looks like that's the responsibility of the chief executive with approval of the council of commissioners, as I understand it, according to the charter.
Thanks for the clarification. Any other follow-ups? Mr. Thielen, question 2.
Madam Chair, Ms. Crane, thank you. What is the most critical problems presently confronting the planning department?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Thielen. So I have a couple of them that I want to talk about. And I wouldn't say that they're critical, and often, the most critical can also be our greatest opportunity, and so I want to, couch my response with that. The number one thing that I find challenging right now, and a bit of good news on this, is the age of the Butte-Silver zoning code. It is 50 years old. And so a lot of the permitted uses in our districts are reflective of the late 1970s, and the permitted uses in the 1970s are very different than today. One example is the internet. It did not exist in that time period, and so we have to extrapolate a little bit to know that telephone infrastructure is likely also a good synonym for, and that's the word I'm coming up with, even though that's a literature reference, but a synonym for a phone for internet or for broadband infrastructure. However, as technology is continuing to move forward, we need to make sure that we are drafting a code that can address current realities and also adapt in the future as technology continues to advance. We are in the process of updating our zoning ordinance. The process was kicked off with the 2020 comprehensive plan, which outlined the future land use for Silver County, and it is established to allow us to then create that regulatory document. And we are very close. We likely will bring that forward to our planning board for their consideration in May. The very latest will be June. I am very excited about this. I think it poses an incredible opportunity to really achieve some of the community's goals through updated regulation for how we use land and allowing you to really leverage all of its greatest assets. Additional problems that I foresee, and they're not terrible challenges, but Butte is growing for the first time in quite a while. We have a 3.5% growth rate, and that is different than the very traditional 1% that we have seen for the last 20 or 30 years. Some of the things that I am concerned about from that perspective is the availability of critical infrastructure to support community growth and expansion to the south and the west. I am concerned about housing affordability in Silver County, in particular ensuring that we have adequate supply and quality. The strategic housing plan that was adopted as part of the comprehensive plan last year requires the creation of 2,000 units in the next 15 years to keep up with the rate of growth. We are limited in the area of our community that is served by existing infrastructure. So we are drafting a zoning ordinance that will support more infill development on the Butte Hill and in areas where infrastructure is currently located. But in the south part of the community and to the west, those are areas that require well and septic systems right now. And particularly in the south part of the community, there are a lot of issues with nutrients, which prevent the issuance of new well permits, and it really constrains the issuance of septic permits because of the potential for the nitrates in that area to compromise the health of creeks and rivers. And so we require more expensive septic systems to be used in those areas if we are permitting development. And that is an additional cost that is constraining our ability to potentially construct more housing. Another challenge is the increasing number of permit applications that we're seeing, and they are of greater complexity. And one of the things that we really strive to do is to be timely in our turnaround times with permit applications. As you all know, the building season in Butte is very short. You are lucky if you get 3 months of really solid thawed ground. And so our turnaround times on our permits is very important to the developer or a construction company to get their project done on time and on price. And when you're seeing additional complexities because we're more constrained, it becomes a challenge. An additional and probably one of my largest issues is employee recruitment and retention. So I've been in my role for about 1.5 years, and this has probably been my greatest obstacle. In both the GIS and the Land Records Office, I have had 100% turnover. That's 6 employees total. Most of these positions have been vacant for 4 months, but most of them for 1 year. And so we are doing a lot with a very small team. I'm really proud of my staff for showing up the way that they have to make sure that we continue to provide really quality public service to our applicants. One of the things that has made hiring very difficult is the compensation structure related to the demand of the work. We have offered to multiple candidates and they will decline after hearing the compensation. So that is one of the realities we have faced. Another is technology. I am interested in seeing greater investment in technology to meet the 21st century needs. I believe that this includes investing in long-term maintenance of technology investments. One of the goals of previous Chief Executive Administration was to automate the planning department. So really at home, you want to build a deck. You could submit your application from the computer at your house and we would be able to interact with you via that website. Well, unfortunately, we have the system and it allows us to take in your paper application, but we don't have a portal for you to enter from your home or for the public to access that permitting software. And I think about how easy it would be for office admin staff at a plumbing company or at a contractor's office to have a profile set up and to put those applications in and then to pay for their permits online and give us a mechanism. We have a system, but it was not fully completed. And I think that that is really about making sure that we make the investment initially and then we understand how much investment is necessary to sustain it in the long term. And then another challenge, and this is very specific to the planning department, and it has to do with public notice. We have very specific public notice requirements depending on which board we are working with, and we are required to publish our public notice in the newspaper. And as you know, the newspaper has stopped printing daily, and this has created, there's an employee at the Montana Standard who has saved my bacon more than I am willing to admit, because we missed that it was 3 o'clock Central Time and we had to have it in the Wednesday before it was being published on the Thursday. So, that 10 and 11 day lead time is really challenging. And I think it speaks to the difference in the way people are getting their information. And so I think that we need to maybe figure out ways to adapt to this public notice requirement. To still provide the public notice to the public and meet our responsibilities, but to do so with the tools that are more readily available.
Any follow-up questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to go back to the growth rate and the critical infrastructure that you mentioned. Therein lies a big issue with local folks and being in Butte-Silver Bow and just coming to Montana. Open space and wanting acreage, but then there's also the issue of density. And can you speak to that density challenge? Because I think a lot of people are afraid maybe afraid's too strong a word, but are concerned with more people coming into the state, more people coming now into Butte-Silver Bow, because compared to some other communities, we're still affordable per se. But the density challenge of trying to do a housing complex or things of that nature, can you talk about what the planning department is looking towards with regard to density?
I can. So the zoning, I'm sorry, Chair Brandel, Member Dolan, I'm just still learning to speak through Mason's rules, but we are anticipating additional density in our zoning ordinance. As you know, Butte has a very historic development pattern of intense density, particularly on the Butte Hill. We are not looking to replicate the density of, say, Centerville or Walkerville in the entirety of the community. However, we are looking at reducing lot minimums from 6,000 square feet to 4,500 or 5,000 square feet to allow for more housing or commercial meaning apartment development in our community. In particular, in areas where existing infrastructure is present, so that there is already water and sewer in that particular area where a home could connect, and that has implications, positive implications for the affordability of those units, whether they be rental or for sale. But we are also considering that there are people who don't want to live in an extremely urban or highly dense neighborhood. And so we have a hierarchy of density that moves from very, very dense to much larger, sort of more suburban ranch style lots, really in the areas where they already exist.
Other comments? Question 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Julia. What changes, if any, in governmental structure, organization, or powers would help the planning department address its most critical problems?
Chair Brandel, Member Steppen. So there's two things that I kind of have thought about here. One of the things that I have observed is that there is this conversation about transparency. And I think that transparency is really crucial in allowing our public to understand what it is that we do every day. But my challenge is how do I communicate what I do every day to everyone, right? Sometimes I have trouble communicating what I do every day to my husband, and so, it can get challenging. And we are in an era where we don't use the newspaper as much as we used to in the past. We don't get the newspaper to see, what was happening in Public Works or what was happening in community development. We are subject to whatever their limited staff has the time and ability to focus on. And I don't want to be critical of them because I have a ton of respect for the journalists that are working at the Montana Standard. They do a great job covering our community. But we also have to understand how people are getting their information, and so many people are getting their information on social media these days. And so one of the suggestions that I had considered making was possibly looking at the establishment of an Office of Public Information. We currently have a public information officer here at Butte-Silver. Lindsay Alt does an incredible job, but as you know, there are 500 employees doing work, and I think that there may be some benefit to enhancing the staff in that particular area to assist the various governmental departments with their work. The public seeks and consumes news and media differently than they did even a decade ago. And it would be helpful to have an entire department to assist with website publication, development and drafting of press releases, responding to social media inquiries, and in particular, correcting the record when misinformation is present and prevalent. We currently have one position dedicated, but I believe additional staff would be excellent. It would hopefully provide more accurate and timely information to the public. It would provide greater public awareness, and it would hopefully correct the perception that there is not a greater transparency of public processes and public actions. And secondly, I would like to see Butte-Silver consider mechanisms to create benefits for employees outside of traditional wage and benefit and holiday compensation. We are in the 21st century, post-pandemic. We do know that people have the option and the ability to work from home, and I think it is something that Butte-Silver should possibly consider in creating efficiencies to possibly allow us to have a rotating schedule that would allow someone to be at home for one day and then the rest of the staff could pick up and you could accomplish a greater deal with less distraction. I'm not saying that we're not there to be interface with the public, but I do think that there is some advantage to that flexibility in our work.
Follow-up questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I love your thoughts on these changes or possible updates. With regard to transparency and a possible Office of Public Information, do you think that, and as a department head yourself, I thought that, many years ago when I was in the media, and if an emergency happened or some situation, breaking news, and it involved a department, and we attempted, I think at some point in time, Butte-Silver attempted to have a public information officer lead the way, but almost immediately, that person was pushed aside and the department head came forward and said, wait, I want to say what I want to say, it's my department. So advice could you give with that office to try and maintain that balance? Because I think it's an interesting idea, but I'm wondering if the department heads would cede some of their power to allow that information flow to happen.
For sure. Chair Brandel, Member Dolan, I think that it's interesting that you pose that question, and I think that that's an important distinction. I mean, department heads want to be in charge of their message, right? Particularly if you are responding to some sort of problem. And maybe in that instance, the PIOs or that office isn't so much the voice when you are dealing with something acute or critical at the moment. It's more about a strategic voice to make sure that the correct message is being discussed or is being presented in the public. You know, I find out a lot of information about things that are happening in the community just by scrolling through Facebook, and it's one of the most interesting things is I'll look at some of the conversations and they'll be like, no, that project's pulled out, or this project is coming, and I know, and I can't really sometimes say, but I also am very reluctant to engage at all, and there's a fear there of engaging, and then you become this, you know, people start talking to you, and I want to retain that sort of congeniality of the conversation, but I think that that is an area where a PIO and their staff would really benefit the public to be able to create a clear voice and to correct misinformation if it does exist.
Follow-up questions? Yes, Mr. Denny.
Madam Chair, Julia, thanks for coming tonight. As always, it's great to see you. It's kind of a canned question that we ask all department heads and elected officials, geared to two specific questions. One, what's your thoughts on the council commissioners districts of having 12 council commissioners? And what's your thoughts on the elected chief executive versus a appointed city manager?
Chair Brandel, Member Dennehy, I would say that I am in agreement that fewer council members would be advantageous. In particular, council members being full-time council members. There is so much technical nuance to the work that we do every day, and we spend a lot of time educating, which is a great thing to do when we're in the council chambers. But I think that there is an efficiency and a benefit to be gained by our public to having the relationship be more collaborative and having those conversations be more in depth, where you can really start problem solving and generating solutions and developing alternative approaches through the collaboration of the executive and the legislative branch. So I think that that is one thing that I am in favor of. And in terms of the chief executive versus the city manager, I do believe that there is some advantage to a city manager. In particular, the continuity of philosophy over time. One of the best things that I inherited in the planning department is the 2020 comprehensive plan, and it sets out an incredible vision for our community that every day I get to say, oh my gosh, we've done this. We've made a housing plan and we've checked that off. We have hired an additional staff person because we needed that additional staff person, and the plan outlined that. And having one person that can say, okay, this is our vision for 20 years, and we are all pulling in that direction, and then we can make sure that the efforts of each individual department align with that, is the way that we start seeing, you know, the results that we hope for as a public. And so I would be in favor, I think, of a city manager in a term that I think would transition between administrations. So maybe a 6-year contract type arrangement where you have 4 years, or maybe you're staggered between them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any follow-ups? Yeah, I think it's your question for You're skipping it.
Julia, could you give us any advice regarding how we're conducting our studies so far, and do you have any opinion on that, or can you give us any advice on how to make it better, or whatever opinions you have, we would love to hear.
Sure. Chair Brandel, Member Dennehy, I think one of the things the hat I always put on is being a mom. And my daughter is 8 years old. She has danced 2 nights a week. She's now just started her softball season. And moms the world over call it Maycember because it's like getting ready for Christmas, but it's the end of the school year and it's really intense. And so one of the things that I have always felt is that it's really hard for people, particularly young people, to be present at things like this because they happen in the evening and, we choose where we go, right? And so one of the things that I think is great about this is that you guys are making everything available via YouTube, but I wonder if there isn't a way for more communication with you. I don't know if it's a survey that you would issue where you would have the general public be able to submit their feedback via a survey. Maybe it's questions similar to what you have presented to the department directors or similar, or being as an entity, maybe going to some of the Maycember events and having a table. I don't know if you could be at the Motherlode during the dance recitals or something along that, the track meets, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just in the formality of the meeting, but interacting and interfacing with the public and meeting them where they are.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Aside from that, I think you guys are doing a great job. I'm very happy that the community is looking at the government structure and really looking at the charter. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? And great ideas, thank you. For sure. Michelle?
Madam Chair, Julia, it's always a pleasure to see you. She's amazing. What inefficiencies could be addressed through changes? This is about changes to our local government, whether it's the form or the charter. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Chair Brandel, Member Shaw, when I was considering the inefficiencies, I think it comes down to how do we operate in a 21st century paradigm. I think technology is really going to be the key to solving some of the inefficiency issues. Craig mentioned GIS. I think it's something that both he and I are very passionate about, its power. The report a pothole feature, which I don't know if any of you guys have used, is a feature of our GIS program. And it is the thing where you get really mad because you bottom out your car in pothole and then you pull over and you immediately submit it to the county. And then Jennifer Kearns gets this work order and she can send everyone out to go and fix the problem. I think that there is a profound opportunity for us to implement something similar to that in all departments and divisions of the government. I could see it having really broad applications for the health department. It could have very broad implications for the way that the community enrichment department responds to some of the challenges that they face. And I think the cool thing about collecting all of this data is you get this very nuanced perspective of the conditions in your community. And you can say, oh my gosh, 98% of the problems that I have are happening at Park and Main. And then we can start looking at where all the, that's the power of having this data. And then if we know, maybe we can put more police presence there, or maybe we need to have an office that can directly assist with housing vouchers in that location, or just allowing us to use technology to better respond to the challenges that the public is facing. So I think it's not necessarily correcting an inefficiency of the government, but it's helping to provide tools that can empower our employees to execute better in their public service.
Well said, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my follow-up question to that, with the collection of data, just to be the devil's advocate and your perspective, and maybe we should have asked this of our IT director, but with regard to, when people see or hear you're collecting my data, and all of a sudden they go, oh my God, it's of a concern because of people's privacy. And we know that people in Montana like their independence, like their privacy. So is it a way between those two issues constantly, I bet?
Chair Randall, Member Dolan, or Purdue Dolan, I would say that we are extremely cautious with what we do with our data in the GIS program. Our data is behind a firewall. It is not readily accessible to the public unless it is published to them. In particular, when it comes to public health data, there are HIPAA laws in place to protect that and then to scrub that data of any personally identifiable information. I'm particularly, I feel like that's very important. However, some of the information that is supplied to a local government does become public record when it is supplied, and so it's always making sure that we are using best practice in how we manage PII.
Thank you for that, appreciate that.
Other questions? All right, number 6, Ms. McCormick.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Julia. This question is, what challenges do you foresee for Butte-Silver in the next 10 to 20 years? And does the current government structure position the city-county to meet those challenges effectively?
Chair Brandel, Member McCormick, there are quite a few challenges that I think we have ahead of us. One that I'm particularly sensitive to is we have this growth that's happening here. I'm striking the balance of protecting our existing residents and ensuring that we are planning in such a way and being responsive to ensure that we're not pricing out our public from Butte, particularly as we grow. Because right now we are affordable, but if we continue to see in-migration, the risks that poses to our public, and in particular, we have a public that is aging, and making sure that there is opportunity in our community for them to age in place. And I think that that requires sort of a new approach and a new view of how we prioritize infrastructure investments to make sure that we have accessibility for all types of users to access buildings, use our public sidewalks, and to navigate our community. This is proof that I am an urban planner at heart. I have a favorite curb, like no one would ever think this, but the southwest corner of Broadway in Maine has this most perfect curb that you could push your child's stroller up, and it was like the easiest thing to navigate when I would go to the farmer's market. And I always think what's easy for a mom with a stroller is going to make it easy for someone that's using a mobility device to get around. And I think that we need to really keep that in mind as we have a population that's getting older, but also that we have younger people moving in. And so I think that's a challenge because infrastructure is expensive. It is expensive, and that's one of the things that I want to be very mindful of. I don't know that the government structure can correct that, but I do think that capital improvements plans and the way that we collaborate together as department heads and departments and staff, and our collaboration with the public can help be responsive to their needs and to help solve some of those riddles.
Follow-ups. Cruising right on. All right, Mr. Soap, question 7.
All right, Director Crane, the last question for you guys for the night. Appreciate you sticking around. Number 7, what is the current rate of annual compensation for the planning department director and members of the department's professional staff, and are these rates of compensation fair?
So the planning department salaries are as follows. The planning director is $95,275. GIS coordinator is $76,050. The building official is $70,770. The senior planner is $64,717. The zoning enforcement officer is $62,470. The plan reviewer is $60,282. The building inspector is $56,000. The land records clerk 4 is $53,043. The planner 1 position is $50,274. The permit technician position is $50,000, and the administrative specialist clerk 3 is $44,561. We have 2 currently vacant GIS specialist positions, a vacant land records coordinator position, and a vacant land records clerk 2 position. So they do not currently have salaries associated with those. In some, but not all cases, it would be my opinion that salaries do not appear to be equivalent with the level of responsibility associated with our positions. I don't believe I am one of those. I believe that there are members of my staff who on a daily basis are required to read, interpret, and discern state law and local ordinances and make discretionary decisions. And I think that has with it its own challenges that really when it comes down to it, we're making decisions about the structural sufficiency of a building. And that is a health and safety issue that I believe warrants possibly consideration in the way that the salaries are analyzed or evaluated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with that, and because you're dealing with so many vacancies, how much outsourcing do you do? Like the IT director spoke of having to spend $225 an hour. Are you, because of the technicalities and the workloads that you have to do and prepare, do you do a lot of outsourcing, and what do those costs look like? And if you do, if you could do that internally and have that expertise to drive up those salaries accordingly.
Chair Brandel, Member Purdue Nolan. Currently, the professional services that are associated with our departments include we have a floodplain administration contract that we use as necessary, and that's in the planning department. We have a contract with examining land surveyors to perform that work. And then we have been the beneficiaries of some assistance for our GIS system, mainly training our current coordinator due to the departure of staff. By and large, I have to sing the praises of my staff. They have absorbed this work, and they have done so very graciously.
Ms. Crane, really quick, you in the beginning had mentioned your desire to get permits out faster and be more responsive to public. Do you feel you have enough staff in order to meet that vision?
Chair Brandel, I do. I do believe that the current staffing is adequate.
Provided you can fill the 4 positions.
But I would love to see what we can do with a full staff. That's my dream. I can't wait.
Quick follow-up to that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you finding as well that folks that have this expertise in planning go on to private jobs and don't have that longevity in Butte-Silver Bow as a planning department to get these things done? Is that an issue as well?
Chair Randall, Member Purdue Dolan, the staff some of the staff that have left to go to the private sector, and they are seeing significant increases in their salaries. Others are just finding other alternative positions that I think maybe suit their interests or their skill sets better. So it's not one unified reason, but those that have left, really in my critical positions, have left because the compensation is stronger in other locations, because they are doing the same work.
What is that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, one quick follow-up to that. What is the differential for, I know it's probably gonna be big, for like, say, even a director or a GIS person at, between 70 and 95,000, in the private sector, a similar job, what are the pay, do you have any guess on that, guesstimate? Just curious what that differential is.
Chair Brandel, Member Purdue Dolan, I can only tell you what I've Googled, and I don't know that it's accurate, because the return today was that a planner in the state of Montana working in Kalispell, for instance, makes $175,000 a year. I don't believe that to be accurate at all. I think it's really challenging and difficult to find market information out there. It's really hard. I've looked. I've tried to look to see how my staff compares to similar counties, whether it be Kalispell or Lewistown or Livingston or Great Falls or Helena, but you really gotta know how to find that information, and so it's very challenging. So I can't really speak to that.
That's okay, I was just curious.
Any other follow-ups? Thank you, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I really appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you all so much, and thank you for having me. I'm sorry I spoke for so long.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Good, all right. How are we doing? 5 minutes, okay, so we can have 5-minute recess, please.
Yeah, I'm in mother. Yeah, I'm not. I don't wanna sit there because of the camera.
Okay, fair.
No, I was a physician. And I don't know if people just like, he's staring at my face and then like looking over my shoulder. Like, I hate to see that too. Was
Oh, damn, the comic relief, I love it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll wait till we're done and then I'll go over to the.
So where is the camera, is that?
I don't know.
Comes up there?
I don't know, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, like, oh.
Yeah, we've not picked that up before. I always say, so I'm not excited. All right, thank you all very much. Oh, fun! Wasn't that great?
Then you got it.
Yeah, I left on the 15th, so I was out of town, and I wonder if you can.
Where are you at this weekend?
Think about this for a second. Madison's rule on Thursday.
Yeah.
Ron is fortunate, he said she's
But both
Yeah,
of them
you
on
know,
Saturday.
Yeah, Russell was.
I've
And I'm like reading it.
done morning talk like 3 times in the past. I did it when I was
Yeah,
in the
it was-
preservation commission, and then
Feeling.
historic preservation. I think maybe I did have Dustin
Two
Evans.
days volleyball.
Maybe 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
This is
what I
Volley
remember.
Fest, right?
Volley.
It's the last one of the year?
They have it sold here.
We didn't get one single.
We have one.
Oh, well, we,
small-
yeah, oh God, it was about one time, and that was back when
Yeah, he's taking 3 or more, and also 3 other early.
But he,
Tag out and go down to Vegas.
Oh, good.
well, he asked
Good deal.
We never.
a lot of questions. I mean, he made it easy.
If they.
Yeah.
He had to respond.
Do we have to do that?
I don't think so. I think it's part of the subdivision you're required to do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, lots of stuff is-
We don't have to.
Soon. I'll let a judge figure it out.
Yeah, we were out at 7:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. All the information.
FYI, we still use a typewriter in my office, just so you guys know.
I don't have
Not kidding. They use a typewriter in my office to create file labels and things like that. We do not have a printer that can print labels.
You don't have like a
You're
little.
exactly right. We're
Nope.
collecting more houses.
Nope.
And then.
And do you wanna know how hard it is to get one? If you plug an external hard drive into that system, his dudes are in your office, like, hey, what are you doing? Yeah, with a printer.
That's the idea.
I have a couple of goals. One of them is I want a printer that sorts, and hopefully I'm gonna get it. We have a typewriter in my office.
My staff been waiting for your answer on green lighting.
So JP said to hold off, because it can be a one-time purchase, in the budgets, in the new budget.
Okay.
So then I don't have to take it out of this one, so I emailed them and I said, hey guys, as soon as JP greenlights us on our new budget, we'll get the sorter one, and then I will go with basically what they wanted to make life easy, so. Which is fine with me, we just want a sorter. I'm just tired of walking in there and seeing paper everywhere, pisses me off.
I told finance and budget they need to get into because they're a senior.
Yeah,
Send out.
I mean, literally, I walk into there and there's just paper everywhere all the time, cause people just grab their stuff and throw the other stuff.
You did?
Really?
Just,
Yeah, they're even worse over there. Yeah.
You guys are having the chair problem. I love this chair. I hate the chair uptown because it cuts off my.
This is a nice chair.
I like this one. This one's like just right for me.
I feel just fine.
For your willingness to come down here, cause you're tearing that place apart, hopefully it's all done.
Good.
It's gonna be improved, right?
Yeah, the new lights and speakers.
We're gonna steal one of these chairs and bring it up there.
I don't think they put chairs in the budget.
Oh, dang it.
No.
We'll talk to John Simon on that one.
I was like council for 16
And
years.
you-
I had
and
one
you-
commissioner
and
who
you
was
could-
really
you could come
large.
just hang out with me and we'll go over the
High,
cards.
oh, it's super awkward. And we actually took one of those chairs and we put extensions on our, remember Terry, Dan? Remember Terry? Big guy.
Oh, yeah, Terry, yeah. Terry Schultz.
Schultz, we put extension on the arms so he could fit his.
You gotta slap the word in his
And
chair.
then when he didn't get reelected, we just took that thing, we're like, trench it.
It was down, we went down to the chief executive's conference room after he.
Hey Kim, I'm gonna have to get
Nobody
this to you
would
tomorrow because I have to go through the minutes and see how long.
Yeah, Terry's going to
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, I've really been out to speak and McCarthy usually shoots me a text.
Keeping the board ready for.
Alright, let's reconvene in separate, please. I don't have a gavel.
Yeah, I'll be nice.
That's what good to see you.
I remember taking a drink for that.
Did you look?
Hi guys, thank you so much. Thank you.
I keep getting caught up in the wires up here, it's like, oh.
With those short little legs, I don't know.
They are short.
How could you say such a
All right.
That was for
You know what?
a world
I
here
can take
too.
you on. I just don't want
Well,
between
see,
the
I
legs.
felt safe because I'm way over here.
The short gals, we
Wait
can,
till you get
we
there.
are tough.
Yeah,
My mom was 4'10" and you went on a mess with her.
Alright, so, we are on item 7, correspondence.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I did not check the box today, but we never have correspondence, so I will check tomorrow though. And we haven't gotten any emails at the BSB address. As far as reports, next week we have Ed Benrod come in, and he'll do a presentation. Also next week, I don't know if we'll be here or at council, IT will let me know. And then, of course, I will let you know.
Thank you.
Excellent.
That's it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So Kim, so we've got Ed coming in, do we have an allotted amount of time for him? Did you
I told them, like, let's try to keep it to 20 minutes, cause he's got 2 things to talk about, so.
And then we still have our 3 other
No,
department heads?
no, those have been rearranged. I think that was the day, the judges were supposed to be there.
Okay.
And they have too many conflicts, so the judges are now in June, and we decided,
Okay.
we discussed last
So-
week that we're just going to do Ed and the, charter.
Okay, so Ed's just pinch hitting in that section there. Ed Van Rod is just pinch hitting in that
Well,
section.
yes, he wanted, that was a good place, since the judges pulled out, that was a good place to put him in, and that worked with his schedule too.
Thank you.
How about unfinished business? If we can look at our public outreach discussion, party line on the 21st of May will be Mary and Ben, and then Cindy, Lori, and Chad will be June 18th, so those are good. I think we are confirmed too. I did do that when I was down there for another reason, so that's good. And then we pick out a photo tonight for op-ed, and those are rolling through, correct? The
Yep.
articles. And then the discussion, or anything else on op-ed?
There was one section in the op-ed that we wanted to get county attorney Andrew's opinion on. And of course, I don't have a copy in my folder, so let me, but and I believe, I'm trying to think who was that posed the question, might have been Lori Casey, that felt that our 2 forms of, our ability to enact change through 2 ways, one being through a ballot initiative, the other through recommendations to the Council of Commissioners. And the question we had is, does that also include this group making formal recommendations to the Chief Executive? And I think we wanted the county attorney's input on the accuracy of that. I guess it was my understanding that initially that through ballot initiative or through, thank you, that's right. By submitting recommendations to the Council of Commissioners and Chief Executive, these are non-binding suggestions for improvement that the governing body may choose to act on. Is that accurate, that these suggestions can also go to the Chief Executive?
What section is it under?
I don't know.
I just made a note of it. I will get a clarifying answer, just so
Okay.
I'm not speaking out of turn, but it sounds like that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
my initial gut feeling is it can go to both. But I just made a note, we'll get you a formal answer.
Does that sound right to those that have served on this before?
Madam Chair. Yeah, Matt, I think what the standard said, and I have to look at Matt will have to look at the MCA, but it says that the recommendation should go to the governing body. I think that's what the language is, so that's why we said the Council of Commissioners as our governing body. But I would also say that the chief executive could be part of that too. I don't think it's binding in state law, but Matt will have to give us his opinion on it. So it usually was to have the chief exec, or it goes to the Council of Commissioners for those recommendations, but if it's in an executive branch, part of the charter, then it probably should go to the chief executive also.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Ernie, yes, and if we look at it from a practical standpoint, even if this commission made a recommendation to Chief Executive Gallagher, he would still have to run it through the Council of Commissioners to enact it or do anything, because they are the governing body. So I would not see any harm in recommendations being made to him, because, again, looking at it from a more practical standpoint, there are probably certain recommendations that are more appropriate to make to the Chief Executive due to their specific understanding of, our local government, how it's functioning, and, what the actual question is, rather than giving it to the commission, who would then go, well, we don't know, let's ask the chief executive. So yes, I don't see any harm in it, but I just made a note that we'll get you a formal answer on it.
Well, thank you. Madam Chair, maybe, it's probably helpful, maybe I'll give you a copy of the first two op-eds that include that, section in red that we had the question on. Is that
Yes.
helpful to you to review that and any other sections that it might be worth checking for accuracy?
Okay, any other discussion on op-ed pieces?
The last thing I'll say, pardon me, is that I think his suggestion is to run them on back-to-back print days, next Tuesday and Thursday, because those are the high viewer days. We could move it up a little bit sooner to Saturday and Tuesday, but his recommendation is Tuesday, Thursday.
So it'll be next week.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, and then discussion about marketing advertising contractor. I reached out to subcommittee members just regarding the various contractors are looking to have some follow-up discussion about exactly what we would like to see. And so rather than doing multiple meetings, I was thinking one Zoom meeting or perhaps two Zoom meetings. And so I'm just waiting for a response if you want to participate in that or not. It's not required, I can certainly handle that, but would love to have more people involved in those meetings if those of you that have volunteered for that subcommittee want to do that. Basically, they're just asking for some clarifications and want to do a good job. I'm very pleased that everybody we reached out to wants to provide a proposal. So we're going to have a lot to choose from, and that's exciting to see the level of engagement from folks. So hopefully we'll get that wrapped up next week in terms of getting that meeting done, and then our proposals are due back to us on the 14th, or by the 14th, so we can start looking at them. Any other discussion with regards to that? Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I told Raylene this already, but I talked to Jim Larson over at the Shop Dine and Play about something else. He called me today, getting some contact information on a piece he was doing on Superfund. But he would love to have the op-ed he said there's still a few days that we have a window of time to have that put in, the op-eds put in the Shop Dine and Play for the month, and they have a great circulation. They probably get about 5,000. He said they print 5,000 of them and they're all gone. So it's probably an Oasis coupon in there though. Anyway, yeah, he was very excited about it, he really wanted to be a part of it, of the whole promotion thing, so there we go. And I think I asked him to talk to you about it. Hopefully we can get it in.
Let's go.
Thank you, Chairman Brandel. The Larson's deadline is, if it's not today, it's usually like right close to the last couple days of the month.
Right close to what?
The very last couple days of the month.
Well, I talked to him just
Yeah.
today, and he said that we had a few days to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's just from when I was,
Yeah.
I used to work with that, feed them stuff all the time at the archives. And
I was wondering the same thing.
Really great little publication to work with, but they're usually in it, because it's monthly, you gotta get it in, so they can block out that space.
All right, and that might be something that we ask our contractors, schedule for us, if they can help us facilitate that or whatever, so. And I thought the ideas that Ms. Crane brought forward tonight were interesting and powerful too, because I was thinking about tabling at various public outreach things. Like, for example, when I was serving on the Climate Resiliency Committee, we hosted a booth at the Montana Folk Festival. And so we asked it to be for Butte-Silver Bow residents that came through. We said, hey, if you're a Butte-Silver Bow resident, will you please do a survey for us? Would you also engage in this activity that was there about their interests and needs? And it was awesome. Like, we got a lot of play from that. So I throw that out for our consideration. We don't have to make any decisions about it, but something that maybe as we're thinking forward, we could consider doing a booth at the Folk Life area this year, so that there can be some public outreach and engagement that way too, in regards to, especially if we're deploying a survey by then, that would be a great place to do it. And then I don't know, I think that would be things for us to bring forward to our contractor to see, what other ways of reaching out we could do. Because that was pretty, and we've heard that feedback from several directors now too, that go where the people are. And we have all experienced that too, that getting to meetings is hard. We have our own conflicts with this very meeting that we're assigned to, so. Anyway, other ideas about marketing, advertising, or public outreach? Yes.
Yeah, I just noticed over in Beaverhead County, they're already to the public hearing stage. And so it was interesting, the Beaverhead, okay, now I'm blank, oh no, Beaverhead Chamber of Commerce put out in their newsletter an interesting addition with a QR code, and we were talking about that in other meetings, of using that QR code, but to get information and to give information, and that, and I'm sure, to Cindy's point, the circulation of Jim's publication, but also the circulation and reach of the chamber is probably pretty big as well, and to have other entities in Butte that might be able to partner with us to get the word out would be really great. So it just made me think of that to add and mention tonight. And they're beating us, I'm kidding.
Listen, we started a month later, so we're in good shape, I think.
Yeah.
We're working hard.
Thank you, Ms. Brandel. I don't know if anybody is involved in like these groups, like the Lions Club, and why are they all leaving my brain right now?
Kiwanis.
Thank you, Kiwanis, the ones who built the mining museum where I work. I haven't eaten enough today. I have no carbs powering my brain. But getting on their schedules, I think, might be really important, just to say, here's who we are, here's what we're doing. Things like that, speaking with them.
And we'll make Dan go to all those.
Yeah, you keep on banging out at the last second.
It's been uncanny. I've been out of town every time
Uncanny.
somebody needs an interview.
Uncanny when I see you in town. Oh, you're back from New Orleans already. So,
When the health department director gave her talk, she mentioned that they do these little commercial-like things that they have. And cause we don't watch network TV, but we watch Hulu or things like that, so I see those little commercials a lot. And they're very They're very informative, and I think they're very well done, and I'm wondering if we could do something like that. Maybe when we're a little farther along and, start talking about our proposals. But because a lot of times when those commercials come on, those things, I don't pay attention, but I like to watch those. I don't know why, I mean, I've learned a lot about Butte-Silver Health Department.
Right.
Yeah, they're very good.
Ms. Cole?
Thank you. Another captive audience would be on Spotify or wherever people listen to podcasts. Because I know I'm too lazy to hit fast forward through the ads, or my hands are dirty because I'm out in the garden listening to 5 episodes of whatever podcast I'm listening to, and they have ads, and they have local ads, and there's a captive audience right there. And not just Spotify, but wherever people get their podcasts.
You've been listening to them because they say that. Wherever you get your podcast. Mr. Stefan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 quick things. One, I think that these are the very talking points that we want to provide to these contractors, because they are the how, the when, and the best way to do it. We've seen similar, when I look back at my time on the Friends of Stoughton Park when we were pushing for the passage of the bond issue, these are the very things that were available to us through these contractors, and so I think that's where a conversation with them when we have our meeting is where we're gonna come with the best possible outcomes in those areas. The other thing, just for clarity, the publication that you were talking about, are we going to send to them in the next couple of days?
Oh, well, I didn't know the status of it, so we
I
would
just wanna
obviously.
make sure that there's.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I guess we were gonna vet some things through Matt, so we might miss the May edition.
Yeah,
We could
I would
just hit
think
the
we'd be
June.
behind
Yeah.
because we need to
Sure,
wait.
that's totally fine, but he's
Okay.
happy to.
And I think it would be okay, that it recycles through there.
One other point, Madam Chair, with not just in advertising, with, 15 or 30-second ads on, these different platforms, but also to engage and ask the podcast influencers of Butte-Silver Bow. I've already spoken just very briefly with Bill Foley, his Buttecast and some others that are up and running maybe would allow us a chance to talk about it or something to that effect. But again, that's something that we can bring up with the marketing people to engage with those folks and see if they'd be willing to assist us with getting the word out to the Butte folks.
I think Lindsay also invited us as well in Butte-Silver Bows. Okay, it's just work, right? Anything else with discussion for public outreach? All right, so moving on to our charter review. We're preamble through to section 3. Did you want to start?
Sure. Matt, section, Article 1, name and boundaries, section 1.02, jurisdiction. Section 8.
Yes.
As a political subdivision of the state, consolidated unit of local government shall have the status of a county and the incorporated municipality for all purposes. And then I thought redundant and shall replace and be the successor of Silver Bow County and the city of Butte. Can we strike from purposes period, strike and shall replace? Or is that something that we should continue to do?
Commissioner Denny, or Chairman Brandel, Commissioner Denny, it may be redundant, but it's also there for the purposes of explaining, what Butte-Silver Bow did in 1977. So we became, a local city county government, specifically an incorporated municipality and then governmental body, which replaced Butte-Silver Bow and then the city of Silver Bow. I think leaving it is appropriate now that I've said that out loud. because it explains to whoever's reading this that the reason Butte is what it is because we replaced these two things under the specific section of the Montana code. With that in mind, does anybody have a C-port charger for their computer?
Is that what
Do you?
Just to back up, I apologize, folks, was there anybody that had any changes or questions or suggestions prior to that, the 1.01 or 1.02 that, Mr. Dennehy just brought up?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'll just make a comment that the preamble is the same one we had before. It seemed to suffice. I thought, I did read that. I read some of the other charters that Dan Clark gave us, and they all had a little bit of different tweak on theirs, but other than that, I think jumping up 102 is probably okay. Just my thought on it.
In that regard too, just a comment, I particularly like to improve the quality of life for these and future generations. I thought that was a powerful statement, and I think it should stay as well. Any other changes or suggestions in those first sections?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Section 102C, I underlined consent of the, where it talks about without the consent of the town of Walkerville. And I know Lori Casey brought up any reference to Walkerville in our charter, and we were gonna wait for Matt to join us. So, without making it too long and drawing out, it's getting late, but, I just curious, if that's okay, or, is there a way to explain that?
Commissioner Shaw, yes, it's specifically in there because the town of Walkerville is its own separate entity. It does have its own governing powers.
Right.
Similar to kind of, you're looking at a lot of bigger cities now. You've got Bozeman sliding into Belgrade and things like that. Everybody's starting to get on top of each other. I think this was specifically put in here for a reason, in my research, because it was already there when Butte consolidated. Walkerville was, basically already a part of Butte. But yeah, they have their own laws, their own city mayor, they have their own governing authority. So I think it's specifically in there, and I think it needs to remain in there because they are still located within the county, specifically the city.
So, Madam Chair, so I can, decipher that is to mean that in the last 20 years, that has not changed.
That has not changed, no.
Okay, awesome. That's it.
Thanks. I have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is very minute, but I might as well bring it up, just because it's in the name, section 101. Sometimes we're referred to in the state of Montana as Silver County, and then sometimes we're referred to as Butte-Silver County, and, if there's a big difference between B, the letter B, and the letter S. So sometimes you have to go searching for our county, because people that live here know it's Butte-Silver. And then other people outside of Butte-Silver, and of course Anaconda Deer Lodge County, same thing, they're Deer Lodge County, and that always gets confused with the city of Deer Lodge and Deer Lodge County. So I don't know if there's, it's just a thought. I don't know how to make that better or different or what, but it's just always confusing to people that don't live here.
Commissioner Dolan, if it was a question for me,
Yeah.
I don't think there's an answer. My thoughts are specifically the two cities that you named are the only two cities in the state of Montana with the specific forms of government that we have, which are both correctly named Anaconda Deer Lodge County and Butte-Silver County, because we consolidated the city-county governments. And I think that they were all specifically that way. If you just look at the law and the way they were named, you can look at the statute. It says consolidating to a city-county government, therefore the city's name is first and the county is second. Realistically, it's probably just an educational thing that a lot of people in Montana don't know, that we are a city-county government. I will tell you that growing up in Butte, Montana, I never thought twice about it. And when I came back from law school and started practicing here, I was extremely confused momentarily on why we did not have a city police force. And then my brain kicked in and I was like, duh, because we only have one police force. Where you go to Bozeman, you have city police officers and county sheriffs. You even go to small towns like Deer Lodge itself, it has city and county. So no, I think it's just, we're the only two left, and that's the way it's written in the law, and that's why we say it that way.
Yeah, I get that question all the time, so. Same, okay. Anyway,
It's the law, that's how I would answer the question.
So, thank you. So should that last line of section 101 read, maybe revert to as the city, county, or Butte-Silver County?
I think it should stay
Just
the same.
take out city?
No.
That would confuse it even more.
I think that defaults back to the MCAs, they're supposed to be referred to as city county,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
So it has to say Butte-Silver City, County?
yes.
Okay. Well, while I have the floor, the last line on 102C, there should be a comma after Town of Walkerville, comma, Montana, comma. Being the grammar police here.
Yes and no.
Grammatically, maybe
Grammatically,
legally
you
not,
can-
grammatically you put a comma after Montana.
Well, it's a legal document, so.
Hold on,
Huh?
let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's a charter,
it's,
so.
I don't know if there's a difference between grammar and legalese.
I think, yeah, I don't know if we have to go through a process for a comma, so that's where my hesitation is, I would leave it be.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. If it's just a simple, oh, let's correct that.
So moving on to Article 2, General Provisions, Section 2.01, Powers of the Government. Now, I was reading through the city county shall have self-governing powers as described by Article 11, Section 5 and 6, blah, 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 and may exercise any power not prohibited by the Constitution, law, or this charter. These powers include, but are not limited to, the powers granted to general power governments. And I wondered if those two sentences were just clarifying what comes in MCA there, or if they were duplicative, or if it's just better to leave it as clear as it is written.
Madam Chair, if I may to understand your question correctly, are you asking that whether or not we should change keeping in that first section, Article 9, Sections 5 and 6 of the Montana Constitution, and Part 1 of Chapter 1 of Title 7, leaving them both in there, or taking one of them out and just putting in, as stated in the governing powers? I think it needs to stay. And here's why. Because these two specific sections are what govern how Butte-Silver is able to conduct business as a city-county government. Our Constitution is a separate document from our Montana Code annotated. The Constitution is what gives the legislature the power to enact the code, which is why they both need to be in there. We have this power under the Constitution, which is then derived separately under the legislative powers, and this is how you do it. So yes, you need both of them to make it correct.
Okay. Because I was referring back or thinking back to when we had the MSU Law Center here to make sure that we were as general as possible without quoting certain MCA in case those statutes change.
Yes, and you're not quoting certain sections here. Now, the nice part about the Constitution is it'd be very difficult to change our state constitution. We have to do it through amendment and the full county or statewide vote. With regards to the MCA sections, there may be something to be said about not putting in specific sections of the code. However, I do think that the general sections would still be appropriate. Part 1 of Chapter 1 of Title 7 is what specifically governs our ability to do what we're doing. But when you start getting into that section, you can see that certain laws have been repealed, removed, and replaced. And so I think that it's appropriate the way it's written. I would not get too much more in depth. I agree with you.
Madam Chair? And I noticed, I did look at some of the other charters, and this is sort of a boilerplate. I noticed that was in just about every one, just the wording, it just kind of
Yes.
puts it in a nutshell with a bow on it. I did notice it was boilerplate. It was pretty much in each one.
Okay, so moving on to Section 2.02. Any suggestions, changes, questions?
I like this word, supremacy.
How about Section 2.03, Charter Supremacy?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess my question would be that this statement basically says that our local charter takes precedent, but that's not always the case. Is there language that is in here now that denotes that, or is it worth adding something? Or am I confusing statutory with state law?
Commissioner Steppen, so when we look at this specific section, as provided by charter supremacy, as provided by Article 9, Section 5 of the Constitution of the State of Montana, provisions herein establishing executive, legislative, and administrative structure and organization are superior to statutory provisions. So in essence, yes, what we're establishing in here are superior to statutory provisions so long as they are in conjunction with those statutory provisions. So we can't create a local law that supersedes a state law, which is the supremacy aspect of that. The state law is supreme over ours. The way this is worded kind of makes it sound backwards, but it is correct. The state law constitution supersedes what we're doing here if they've already established it. I'm gonna make a note on looking at some language for that, along with your question.
And I guess when I read it, I was looking at, or at least with the discussion with the MSU Law Center, that if we chose not to have our own form of government, and then we would fall under MCA code strictly, right?
Correct.
And so this is telling us that because we chose to have our own form of government, that takes precedent over code, but not over specific state laws that address the whole, right?
Yes, that is a very good way to put it.
And maybe, so I guess my question is, this seems simple, a simple statement on an issue that's not very simple, right? So, it creates confusion just as we're reading it.
Yes.
Different interpretations, and, we've had some recent contentious issues that place charter versus state law, and if I'm reading this, I'm interpreting it one way possibly when really there's nuance to it.
Yes.
And so, is it best left very general as it is, or is there?
I'll look at cleaning it up and get back to you with a decision on that one.
Okay.
Because of that is such, everything that we're doing here is obviously important. But that one's such an important one, specifically when we're looking at that, because we're looking at, our form of local government and how we wanna manage locally compared to, overall state law. And yes, you are correct, we've had some local issues where it can be interpreted one way or the other, specifically House Bill 547, where if you ask me, state law was superseding our local ordinance that this county had enacted. So state law was saying one thing when we had enacted an ordinance locally, and then the Montana Attorney General's office in the 90s gave us an opinion that said, sorry, your ordinance doesn't mean anything, state law supersedes your local ordinance because of the way they had it written. Does that make sense?
Yep, one last comment on it, and then I'll stop, but does the term structure and organization maybe provide the clarification that's needed in there? So while maybe this 2.03 is not talking about every ordinance that we enact, but rather our structure and organization can't be superseded by it.
Correct, so long as it is in compliance with one of those sections of alternate forms of government.
Okay.
Yes.
So it might be fine how it is.
Yes.
Okay, alright,
But I will still look at it.
thank you. I'll stop now.
Madam Chair, can I go back? And the more I'm thinking about section 2.02, the limitations, Matt, in your opinion, or excuse me, County Attorney Andrews, sorry, with B, in addition, the city county shall not authorize a local sales or income tax until it is approved by the vote of the people. That's pretty specific, but, and I have no problem keeping that there, but I'm wondering, is there any other specific things that we should put into limitations from the past 20 years that maybe we're not thinking of that should go under limitations with regard to, even the discussion tonight with regard to privacy and data collection? I don't know if that's, again, we don't want to be too specific with the charter, but again, we want to make sure that, limitations and limitation in limited government, or, you know, the broad reach of government, what do you think about that?
Commissioner Dolan, I think you kinda answered your own question in the sense of, you guys, I think that's this commission's responsibility. And then, when you come up with a thought, then you give it to me and I can tell you if you can do it or not.
Yeah,
Again though, I think you are correct in saying that you don't wanna get too specific. I think taxes may be in there for more of a historical purpose. Taxes are such a big thing that was put in the charter, you know, rather than an ordinance, because we're not going to tax the people without a vote of the people. Make sense?
mhm,
And then so I think that this commission could possibly come up with other ideas that are those overall general big things that could go into that section, yes, and then we can research it to make sure that it's appropriate,
okay,
if the commission sees fit to recommend it.
thank you, that
Yes.
was just kind of a thought process question.
No, it's absolutely worthy, I mean, that's the point, right? Is we're here to deliberate those things that need to be included or
Or removed,
Right,
yes.
okay.
Thank you for bringing us back there. How about section 2.04, interpretation of powers? Again, Matt, I think going back, or County Attorney Enright, going back to Mr. Steppin's question, this interpretation of powers almost redefines that this self-government unit shall be liberally construed. Every reasonable doubt as to the existence of this government's power shall be resolved in the favor of the existence of that power or authority. So maybe can you give us some interpretation of that particular section?
Chairman Brandel, my interpretation of that specific section right now is that if an outside entity or the state of Montana or someone else is looking at our charter, they are to liberally construe the charter in the sense of, if we go down to legislative powers, chief executive powers, that you don't get to get nitpicky on the words. Okay, the chief executive has the overall power to do these things. So let's get a specific example in here. We can go to,
And if I may, while you're looking, at that statement caught my eye, and that's in literally every other charter that's been supplied to us, I think, so.
it is.
For whatever reason, that's a common phrase that's used in all of these charters.
Can I ask before you comment on that, Matt?
Yeah.
Just because, is there a better way to say that? Because it seems to me that section 2.04 is very legalese, and I think if someone's reading that, it's like every reasonable doubt is due. I mean, I just think there might be a better way to say that, to be more plain and understanding, or maybe I'm just dumb. It's just a little convoluted in the way it's read or reading.
Commissioner Dolan, Chairwoman Brandel, so to get back to the first part, once the first question, and then we'll go to that one. So if we're looking at that, in my opinion, that is specifically put in here because the charter is to be liberally construed in the sense of we're not to nitpick it like a contract, word for word, this is what you're gonna do. The chief executive has the power to appoint, or we can go to, for instance, tonight, he has the power to appoint members to, what board? The zoning board. That's just the general statement. It's to be liberally construed, he has the powers to appoint those people. There's nothing in there that states he can't appoint so-and-so for some reason and some other reason. You're to liberally construe the statute to allow the government to work and function in the sense of, we're not gonna try and constrain it and make everybody follow this one, the chief executive can only appoint people to that specific board that fit every single one of these qualifications. I think what that starts to do is you start to put people that are in these positions, or, in my position, into a position, I'm sorry for using that word so much, that then literally can't do their jobs because you can't find a way to do it. You can't find someone that fits that exact specific recommendation or qualification to be appointed to that board, so you need some room to move. And again, this, comes back to, individuals in my opinion, that are strict, contextualists or individuals that allow for breathing room within documents, and within the Constitution, within our Constitution, within this specific organizational document. And I think it's put in there for that specific reason, to allow the document to be flexible and to work rather than to be confined specifically to only the words that are in it, if that makes sense to everybody. And it makes sense in my brain because it was beaten in my head for 4 years or 3 years in law school. So like spitting that out, I could try and reword it a different way too. But one of my favorite Supreme Court justices was Justice Scalia, because he was a strict contextualist. He read it, word for word. There was no judicial interpretation. This is just what it is. But his best friend was Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was the exact opposite, where no, we need room to move and the document needs to be flexible. And then that's where you get multiple people in government, and that's why we have all these different layers that provides for some of that. You have a baseline that you can't go past. There's your strict contextualist, but you also have room to work within the document. So I think leaving it the way it is very appropriate and allows for the individuals that are working under this document and the people that are governed by it some ability to be flexible and to do their jobs correctly. If that makes any kind of sense.
Thank you.
Layman's terms.
Alright, section 2.05, oath of office.
Madam Chair, that was also boilerplate in every
Yep.
other thing, it just, it's spelled out on the next page there.
Moving on to Article 3, legislative powers. Anything starting with this first section off?
Well, there's some of the things that we should be TBA, right, to be announced.
Yeah,
Because if we're looking at 12 members and what every 2 years, that could change given our further deliberations on this charter, so.
Absolutely.
So A and C might change.
Are we on 3.02?
Yeah, the organization.
I had a question. I went through the other charters, Madam Chair, through the other charters, and it was, the qualifications were very, very similar in all of them. And we were the only ones that had no member of the Council of Commissioners shall hold any other elected office, public office, or be employed by the city, county. We were the only ones to have that within the charters that were given to us from MSU that I read through. And I understand, I get the perspective that, say I get elected as a commissioner, and there would be a view of bias towards the fire department, right? But I could also throw that back and say that if there are private business owners who are council commissioners, maybe they're just looking out for their business, and I don't believe that's true. I don't know why we are restricting public employees who have as good a knowledge in certain aspects, if they're better than other members of the public, just because they work for the local government. And the reason I bring that up is I did not see it in other charters. I only saw it in ours. I'm not afraid to have a debate about it, but I wanted to bring that up for discussion. And with that, I would just entertain it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a very particular view on this because, and it's not so much just the elected public office or employed by the city county. I recused my commission seat because I was given an offer of a job with Senator Daines. And so I did not have to recuse my seat, but I did because there's a gray area, and you brought that up in your question. The gray area is, what hat am I wearing? am I wearing my employer's hat in my deliberations and my votes on the commission? Or am I wearing a hat for the people in District 1? And because that was gray area, and I think that alludes to the city-county employee, where do your allegiances lie? And I would hope that every person that is on our county commission has a clear vision of representing those constituents who live in District 1 through 12, or whatever arrangement we come up with at the end of this process. And I think that's a valuable piece that we have in Butte-Silver Bow, and I hope that we don't get rid of that, because we don't want people to, and this is my opinion, I would never want people to have that gray area where they're wondering on someone's vote on a particular issue. Of course, you can recuse yourself from a vote of how many commissioners there are, but then you're lessening that value of all those votes collectively. So stepping back and thinking of my own experience and what that holds, I would hope that the Council of Commissioners, and I think and also a point of interest when you mention the public businesses, I would hope those commissioners who are not retired, who are still working, allow themselves to recuse themselves on issues of a budget or something that goes to a subcontractor, because that is also a bit of clarification. But I think our former county attorney did have to look at that very specific instance and come up with an opinion. But I think this language in our charter would alleviate those gray areas, and I believe that very wholeheartedly.
Commissioner Self, Commissioner Dolan, so specifically in that section, shall hold no other elected office is actually by statute. We cannot get rid of that. That's in there. The employed by the city county though, just a quick search, didn't specifically bring up anything. So I'm gonna look at the other charters, but I have to agree with Commissioner Dolan on this, that in my personal and legal opinion, I think allowing an employee of Butte-Silver County to also be a commissioner could create either the appearance of impropriety on certain issues or not, but then also you can recuse yourself from it. So it's kind of a stop block really, where we're not even gonna go there. The previous commission, obviously, they put this in and said, we're not even gonna have that problem. They eliminated the possibility of having that problem. It's one thing, in my opinion, I personally think that when you get elected to the commission, you obviously don't use your right to free speech. I think a commissioner can, walk down and not even having to recuse themselves on a certain topic, but they can make a public comment on anything they want to as a citizen. So, I disagree with the previous county attorney on that position, which I believe relates to this one as well. I think being an employee and then sitting on the commission kind of starts crossing that line. Mm-hmm. You start getting into that gray area. Is it legal to remove it? Quite possibly. But is it in there for a good reason? Yes.
I think there might also, sorry, I think there might also be some potential, so we're talking about conflicts of interest. And I think if we go to a smaller commission and we start thinking about those positions being as full-time, then there might be the impracticality of being both employed and a full-time commissioner. And then there might be, if it's a part-time but more paid than it currently is basically stipend for, or stipended at, there could be conflicts or trouble with payroll,
Well, and that's actually a really good point, Chairman Brandel, is let's look at just from that simple standpoint. The commission votes, they finalize the budget. So being a commissioner voting on a budget in which you are a part of could very, very well create a ton of issues. Which actually is triggering my brain. I'm not so sure as if there isn't something in our annotated code that would prohibit it based on our form of government. And what our commissioners specifically do. I'll do some research on it, but I think that would be the biggest issue of all I got to do a budget recently. It is so much fun. The fire department's budget is huge. For instance, my budget in the budget book is 1 page. The fire department's is like 5. To have a commissioner sitting, you know, on the board that is voting on finalizing a budget, I think you would have a lot of questions coming from the public on, wait a minute, you voted to finalize the fire department's budget, which got all of this, but this budget over here didn't get as much. I think you start creating a lot of ethics questions.
Like you said, it gives the air of impropriety.
It gives an air of impropriety. I really, when we're talking about ethics and improprieties and things like that, I like to err on the side of caution. I look at the judicial standards rules rather than the attorney rules. Attorneys, you know, if we have a conflict, it has to be a conflict, like a true conflict, before, you know, we're required to step out. The appearance of a conflict, we don't have to care about it. As a judge, on the other hand, if there is the appearance of a conflict or impropriety, you are required to recuse yourself, to remove yourself. And that is always the standard that I've held myself to. You know, if it looks like it stinks, it stinks. You know, so that's what I would suggest for this commission to also, to keep in mind, is to err on that side of caution.
I jumped over you, Mr. Silk, did you have?
No, yeah, I just wanted to bring it up. Obviously, if other charters have it, you can do it in certain charter form of government, and that's why I brought it up.
And I'll look into that, because that's
I totally understand.
That's a good
Before I
question
even
to
brought it
answer.
up, I went through the what ifs, right? The what if you approve a budget.
Well, what if
the
you
what
might
if,
get hung?
the what if
You might get hung.
Right, yeah, right. So I get all the what ifs, and I also get the, I've never felt that a county commissioner who's owned a business has been subject to trying to do what's best for their business or their area of business, right? And we can say that, you know, we should just be recused, or it's just that simple. It's not. Anything we do in this is not simple. It's all a gray area. I wanted to bring it up because we're the only ones doing it.
Yeah.
Historically, in Butte-Silver both, we're the only ones doing it, no one else is gonna do it. So I just wanted to bring it up, so we can go ahead and move on.
I don't think I'm saying anything that hasn't been said, but I think the difference between a business person sitting on is there's the potential opportunity for conflict of interest. I think it's almost inherent if they're
Sure.
working for City County,
Yeah.
whether it's intentional or not. The other part is, I think it creates a chain of command issue or supervisory problem where, you know, I'm on the commission, I work for a department head, but in turn, the department head also works for the body that I sit on. I think could create a lot of problems.
I didn't think of that one, that's a good point.
Who work for who?
Yeah, right, yeah.
The commissioner is elected by the voters, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. And coming from that perspective, I was chairman for many years, and we had commissioners that recused themselves for really no good reason, because I think they didn't want to make a decision, and they recused themselves. It happens. But the law, the ethics law and everything else that we go by, the constitutional law, whatever it is, little book we had, you really can't recuse yourself unless you have a chance of making monetary gain. According to that, that's really the only reason, but of course, you want to make sure that you're not really have a whiff of impropriety. But the main thing is that our first allegiance was to the community, and, you know, we had people that work for big companies in town and they just recuse themselves constantly, but then they don't vote. And that would cause a problem with 12 people. If you didn't vote in your own conscience, if you felt you had to do it, that's fine. But it kind of put a hamstring on you as a commissioner to be a really good representative of your district. That was just that was my take on it. It was one less vote, and every vote really counted all the time in the council. So anyway, I know it's getting late, but That's my perspective on it.
Can I add something to that, Madam Chair? Yeah, and I think the biggest issue that came up during my tenure is not insofar as much as a private business versus public employment. It was more or less, the business was a subcontractor of Butte-Silver Bow, and they got Butte-Silver Bow funds to do work. And so that was always an issue that I had personally, not personally because I didn't work for them, but I had when viewing the council and not seeing a recusal and thinking, should you really be voting on budget issues and monetary issues when your company is gaining, and it was a technicality of the person claimed they didn't work for or didn't own the company, they just worked, but if you're getting paid by that company and that company is using Butte-Silver Bow resources and being a qualified subcontractor, that's wonderful, but as far as the commission's concerned, that is a concern, because then, to Cindy's point, if they recuse themselves, then that's one less vote, and it just, waters down the decisions that are being made. So I don't know if we want to think about maybe asking the public or folks, or even the commissioners when they come in to talk with us, if they choose to do so, should we even add something to that with regard to businesses that subcontract with Butte-Silver Bow? Just a thought.
So just to kind of circle this back and bring back down to our mission here, keeping our structure general enough that we can work within it is really important. And then, we've said this, I think we've said this several times now, but we can't mandate ethics. So people behaving in an ethical and responsible way, recusing themselves when necessary, is not the job of our charter. The job of our charter is to set the structure. And then our county attorney can advise our new commissioners on when they should recuse themselves, for sure. But I appreciated the debate here in this question, and I think coming back to it again might be another thing we should do as we move forward. Mr. Enworth, you wanted to add?
Yeah, just specifically, so Anaconda-Deer Lodge County has the same exact language we do, which would make sense. We're identical governments. So then I just jumped into Bozeman really quick, just to look at their city, the Bozeman Municipal Charter. And it states, obviously, you can't hold any other elected office during your term. But then it says, and there's no commissioner shall hold any other city office or employment during that term as well. So I'm guessing that there is some state statute out there that I just simply don't know of right now that I will look up that's prohibited of being an elected official sitting on a county commission or city commission and being an employee of such county or city. I'll look into it, that's just what I wanted to say real quick.
It's nice to know we're not the only ones doing it.
Yeah. No, there are others. And it makes sense. Something to throw out here too, I just think that this commission might want to think about it, is the Bozeman City Commission has in here, and I think that this is appropriate, that a person elected to office cannot hold a city employment position for at least a year after leaving office. Something I think that this commission should consider.
Can you repeat that?
So in the Bozeman City charter, municipal code charter, it states that none of their elected officials can hold a compensated for or appointed office with the city until after 1 year after the expiration of their term for which they were elected. So they have to be out of office for 1 year. Essentially, you can't get appointed or win an election, create an office, and then take that job and jump off of your elected job. I just think it's something for this commission to consider. Particularly if you go to full-time commissioners. With the way the commissioners are set up now, maybe not. But full-time commissioners, I think that's something this commission should look at.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is this something similar to like lobbying rules? And once you get out of office, can't lobby?
Yep, for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we agree we'll probably need to come back to this section depending on our deliberations about size
Yep.
and number of commissioners. So I think that brings us to the end of this review. Is there any other questions, Mr. Themer?
Well, yeah, we're just going down to number D there. Member of the council commissioners shall be elected for staggered terms of 4 years. If we do go to fewer commissioners full-time, rather than 4 years, I'd like to see it go to 6. 4 years, they're just starting to get the good feel of everything, and 6 years, I think, would be a little bit better than 4. And are they gonna be appointed, or are they gonna be elected?
Elected.
Yeah. I
Do
think
they need to be staggered then?
I think the staggering helps with, that institutional knowledge question that we've been struggling with. So you have half that are new and half that have been seated. And so, at least in my observations of the council meetings, and, County Attorney Emmerich can probably add into this, and former commissioners can as well, but it seems to help things move. And then generally your chair and vice chair are elected from those that have been on for a while and understand the way that things proceed, and it keeps the meetings flowing. And then again, that institutional knowledge that our directors keep talking about is there. I think if you had a brand new council every 4 years, you'd be in and out of a hurting place.
Madam Chair, I think a lot of these questions can be answered once we get into the nitty-gritty of what the commission is gonna look like. Are they gonna be elected? Are they gonna be full-time? Are they gonna do a lot of the things that we haven't really answered yet? Because we have to have the deliberations of the public first. And they can give us some really good opinions that they have. So I think this is a great exercise to have Matt here, the county attorney here, to focus us in the right direction in terms of legal opinions and his knowledge of doing that, since he is the person who, his profession writes these things. But I think a lot of our questions tonight will be answered when we make changes to the charter based on our deliberations in the future. So some of these things are maybe cart before the horse sort of things, but just wanted to throw that out there because this could change drastically once we make those really important decisions that we have to make.
With that too, I know we're kind of at an impasse. I've reached out to the council to get council members to come before us, and so we're still just kind of waiting in the balance. But Ms. Cohn, do we have any more movement in that direction?
I haven't heard anything. I meant to ask you if you had heard anything.
Okay.
And you haven't heard anything either?
No, but I will follow up as well, and then perhaps just come for public comment for any item not on the agenda. Something
Maybe
to
they're
ask.
mad at us.
And I know wait till our listening sessions.
Yeah, we can do that too. So with that too, with our review for our next meeting, how do we want to proceed? Because looking again into Article 4, then we move into Chief Executive, which maybe we have similar questions about if we're changing structure section. Or would we want to review Section 4 next week?
So, Madam Chair, did we skip over the powers and duties of the council commissioners, and are we gonna start there? Is that when we're starting, or
We missed
3.03?
3.03 and 3.04 and 3.05.
Correct. So I thought you were saying you wanted to wait on those.
Oh,
You just were talking about 3.
generally, but
3.0, okay.
yeah, I mean, we can continue to make notes and continue the process over.
Can I make a suggestion?
See, if I may, I think Chad and I are probably on the same page here. I feel like you guys are backwards right now.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
I think you should be determining, in my personal and legal opinion, what you'll be looking at and making changes, and how and what changes those are gonna look like, then comparing it to our current charter.
I agree.
So going through the charter as we're going through it now, well, I don't wanna say is useless, because it actually is very educational, and I like this banter, it's fun. I personally think you're backwards. I think you guys need and just correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing a rule here on how this procedure works. But I think we need to speak with the public and look at how you guys are wanting to change things before we look at how this works.
I think you're right as well, and that's what I was requesting information, or what the will of the group is in terms of next week.
Okay, yep,
review.
yep.
Do we want to just skip over the chief executive part as well, and then maybe move to the executive branch, Article 5, looking at that section? Yep. Mr. Secretary.
Madam Chair, maybe I'm looking at, or have been looking at this through a different lens, but I guess I wasn't looking through this to look for possible changes from a structure perspective, which we know is the end goal, but rather an opportunity to ask questions to make sure that we have a good understanding of what's in the charter now.
And that's okay too. I think that's.
And so that to me has been really helpful, so that I can feel comfortable with my baseline before we start talking about potential changes. So maybe that's the framework that I was working under is, for example, the supremacy clause and, so I find it helpful to do what we've done the last two.
I was just gonna suggest that we, since it's almost 9 o'clock, to continue this later.
Make the motion.
And also, I don't know if it's worth going forward I know we're on a time crunch, but reducing the speakers that we have to 2, or to move through our process a little bit faster. And believe me, I want as much information as all of you, but if we want the public to watch these videos, they're not gonna watch the videos this long.
No.
They're not. So if we truly want public engagement and want people to watch this, we probably should think about structuring them for people who don't have time in general to, be able to fit it within their scope of time. That was my suggestion. I don't know how that would look, but.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I definitely agree with Mr. Silk. We only get one crack at this.
I know.
Every 10 years, so it's not a brief thing, or I know people's attention spans are minute, like gnats, sometimes, mine included, but these are very meaty issues, and the fact that have such gracious department heads that are willing to come and give us their insights to that, maybe the county attorney can give us an idea of maybe, like you're saying, just a night on just the charter, or a night on, like when Dan Clark came here for the MSU. I thought that was so insightful and so beneficial, not only to us, but to the community as well. And we have a lot to pack in 2 years, but I agree, people don't like to listen to 3-hour-long meetings. 4. But that said, I know personally, I take this very seriously. I know I ask a lot of questions, but I think if I have a question, somebody in Butte-Silver might have that same question. And I wanna make sure those get asked, when we have the people here in that captive audience. But I don't know how to make that any better, other than to say, it's every 10 years and we just have to plow through it.
And I think it's our job to get all the information and then be able to interpret and communicate that to our public, what we've learned. And so we are in the chair to sit for 4 hours, and it shouldn't be an expectation of our public to do that. But rather, as we distill that information and bring it forward through our public outreach, we'll be the key communicators to them in regards to what we know and understand. And I think we have to finish out our directors. And it's important to finish our communication and learning. And then we have an opportunity though, next week, to your point, Mr. Stefan, because we only have one presentation next week. So maybe we can walk through just looking at the language. And
I will be on
questions.
vacation next week.
Oh, but of course we will be on vacation next week.
I just wanna clarify.
Not necessarily vacation, it's, I will be out of
understand,
town.
as well as anyone, the importance of this.
Yeah.
But I also understand the efficiency of meetings,
Mhm.
not only for us, but how we can move through these. So I wanna make that very clear, that, I'm as dedicated to this as anyone. I'm gonna be living by this charter as long as anyone, hopefully, and it's just as important to me. But the efficiency of the meeting, I guess I would ask, I understand that asking a lot of questions is great. If our scope of work is the charter, if we ask a question, I guess summing that question up on how it affects the charter. Because if that's what we're here to do, we should give more time to the charter and what we need to focus on, and less time on stuff that I don't know how it pertains to the charter. And if I don't know how, I would just like to know when the question is formulated, how it relates to the charter, and then I'll understand it better. That is where I'm coming from as well.
Madam Chair, Chad, I think later on, after all the presentations are done, and when we're all taking notes and all of that, I think that's when all the questions and all the answers for the questions will come out. I think, at some point, and I hope it don't, but I think some of it might get a little heated, and I hope it doesn't, because we're all here for the same reason, same purpose, to try to change what is possibly broken. So hopefully, all the questions will help somewhat. And it might not seem like it's doing anything right now, but down the line, I think it's gonna help us.
And I think we could follow up too, if we.
And I agree.
Right, so, yeah, just, I would throw that out there, just as a recommendation to.
I do,
make
however, think
efficient
some of
meetings.
the presentations are pretty well rehearsed,
Yeah,
if you want to go that
yeah.
way.
Mr. Green?
Okay, yeah. Madam Chair, I think, from perspective that the county attorney was, giving us advice, that I think we do have this ass backwards. And I think that some of these things will be blatantly clear once we have those public hearings and the listening sessions. Because we know, that the structure's gonna change. I mean, I don't think anyone around this table is gonna say, I think everything's good, let's just kind of just throw this one back and call it good. Obviously, we've heard from a number of information, a number of folks, that there could be some tweaking and some general changing of structure of this local government, the form of this government. So I would, and I agree with Matt Steppen, that this is a really important thing, and if the county attorney would like to give us a class 101 on charter language and how that is at one of our sessions, that's great. But I don't think that we can go through section by section, article by article of this charter until we have a good idea of what we're going to do in the long run. Because then we're gonna have to go right back and change what we're gonna do with the big picture, and then change the specifics, our charter, that meets that responsibility. So, from my perspective, take it as you will. I think the review of the charter, other than the class 101 that Matt would give us, county attorney would give us in terms of language and what it means, is kind of backwards. I think we need to have the public input. We need to make some decisions based on that public input and the listening sessions, based on the information that will come before us by the department heads and the other elected officials, and then work to change the charter based on what our recommendations are going to be to the council commissioner and to the voters. I think if we do it, I was all in favor of doing it first, and then as we started this process tonight, thought, well, this is kind of ridiculous,
Yeah.
because I just went 3 sections and said, what if we change this? And so I would rather change the charter last and hear public comment and public input, and do our due diligence and research other communities, and then go from there. That's just throw that out there for discussion. But anytime you go from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock on a public meeting, 4-hour meeting, it gets long. And I tend to, not after 3 hours, tend to be going, man, when am I going home? I'm starving.
We're going through council during the consent decree.
Right,
We were
well,
till
but
2 in the
we
morning.
have pretty much 2 people as commissioners that went through a lot longer than I have. So, but
You're right.
I'm just thinking that the charter review is just a little premature in my opinion.
You know, I tend to agree too, I was having that same feeling that, you know, here we are walking through language that might not matter, and we'd have to do it over. But I think a good direction for all of us would be to really, we've been working through the sections, but let's make really good notes that we can come prepared to meeting with County Attorney and Ruth with good questions. And especially, you know, as we're hearing public comment, we're thinking about that big picture. So I would say let's take charter review off of our agenda if everybody is okay with that. And we'll move it forward to when we're finished with our department head meetings and we've started our public outreach process. Would that be okay? Or do we want to go ahead and look at section 5, article 5 next week? That kind of lays out our executive branches, our branch and our departments in the executive branch. And then work into Article 6, which is judiciary, but we don't have Mr. Enright next week anyway, so maybe in 2 weeks.
Sorry, I'll be catching fish.
Good job.
My trip's been postponed twice. I'm going.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I see the value in, even if we just skim through it and just hit the points that, because there are people here that have never looked at the charter, really, that, like I did, good Lord. And, but I see the value in, it might take a little time, it's 17 pages. There's a bunch of it that probably would not really even stand out right away. And skip over the chief, the legislative, because of those, we know darn well, there'd be a lot of, you know, talk about that. That's just me. I still think we should continue to do, there's a value added to doing that, I believe. And it shouldn't take a long time if we don't go through it like grinding through each line, you know. We can do housekeeping things about misspellings. I noticed there was a quote on something, there was no end quote. That, you know, that stuff just totally come at the
Or
end.
Thomas, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's just my thought. I still see the value of going through it. It doesn't have to be intense.
Okay.
Just, you know.
So could we, next week, or in 2 weeks, get through section 5 and section 6? So that would be executive branch and judiciary, which judiciary is very short.
We can skip the executive branch.
Yeah.
Well, that's, the executive branch goes through the executive officers and election
the
vacancies,
other elected
compensation.
officers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, there's a lot of that stuff that you simply can't change. That's state law. It's just in our charter,
Sure.
copy pasted, cut it over.
Yeah.
And I believe Commissioner Seven did have a good point that there are certain things in the charter that, for lack of a better word, are legal jargon, legalese. And I think a review of it would be appropriate to answer those questions. There's just certain sections that I think you guys will start typing into like we did tonight that you don't have answers to those questions until the end anyways.
Right.
But a lot of the stuff, the executive branch stuff, the vacancies, the compensation packages, getting into law enforcement, city courts, justice courts, things that this commission does have power over as well, we can discuss all those.
Madam Chair, I would make the point though, as we go through this, if we do tackle the executive officers and, you know, 5.01 on, that there are things in there that are also in the bucket of change, big change, like coroner and assessor, auditor, I mean, things that have come up over the years that people in the public have concerns about, you know, should these positions still be there or should they be under somebody else? So all that, as we go forward, all these 17 pages, you know, we don't want to just spin our wheels and do it twice, just do it once. But yeah, getting familiar is one thing, but then if we just have to bounce over a bunch of stuff too, just so we know that.
So Madam Chair, we will be interviewing every one of those elected officials.
Yeah.
So why not wait until, I mean, there are some possibilities of, like the question you asked of the assessor, you know. So I don't see any harm in just glossing over them until we hear what their department heads have to say. They might be awesome, we would never think of getting one of them, so,
Okay.
anyway.
Madam Chair, so, not to talk out of both sides of my mouth, but I also don't feel that's, to use Chad's example of meeting efficiency, to take everybody's time so that someone like me could get better acquainted, right? That's also on me, right? So, I think that we can,
Make appointments with me.
right, or
Oh, man.
to Madam Chair's point, list questions that we could submit that maybe we can turn a review of semantic language and my understanding, others' understanding into a 20-minute, Matt reviews the questions that we asked, he can explain them to us, and we can move on.
That's,
That's good.
Madam Chair, I think that's a great suggestion. If we have questions that we don't understand because of the legalese, or it is more structural, more legal, write those down. Prepare them for Matt, give them to Matt, and Matt can give, one night, 101, here's answering your questions regarding the charter, and that would probably be more helpful than anything else. Because there's some things that Matt knows, but I think having those questions that you don't understand and giving them to Matt for interpretation and his opinion, and having that discussed at a meeting will do us all good, I think. I think it would prepare us very well in terms of the language of the charter.
That's good.
All right, so I want to make sure I have the will of the group. So, and I could be wrong, so please check me. So we're going to go ahead and walk through next week, section 5, or in 2 weeks, section 5 and 6, with the caveat that we would be coming back to all these elected officials, understanding that that might be a change. We will summarize, we'll walk through the whole of the charter and ask or make our own list of questions and things that we'd like to ask Matt and get those sent off to him in preparation for our Charter 101. Do I have it correct? Okay. All right, that'll be good. And I've taken the feedback very poignantly in terms of how to run this more efficiently, and I'll try to keep making sure that we move us along, and that if we're repeating, like sometimes we are repeating, so I'll try to say, I think we've heard the answer to that question, it can move. I will take that in for sure. So I appreciate that in terms of efficiency.
I wasn't going there, but I just, efficiency just makes everything better.
It does.
I mean, we could stay here till midnight and not be as efficient as we would, so that wasn't geared towards you, Madam Chair, I wanna make that
Oh,
clear,
no,
but
I didn't take it as personal, I'm taking it as good advice.
might be the only.
And Madam Chair, I get on Chad's note also, we really, and I'm just as bad at it as anybody, I like that blab, but I like to remember that I need to redirect, and I try to do that, I try to pull myself back, because when you're listening to these directors of departments, they're so excited about what they have to say, and then we pop up with questions, but they really aren't really directly related to form of government or the charter. That's my point.
Right, and I do think, again, like, not to belabor, because it's 9:12, but we do have this responsibility to interpret and communicate for our public, and I think of it like science communication. You take this very technical information, and then you make it digestible, and our public is asking questions that the charter doesn't have anything to do with, but we need to be ready to say, well, we can't do anything about that because it's not a charter, but here's what we understand about it, and then that makes us better servants to our public too. All right, so we have.
Can I just make one more comment, sorry. Yeah, and I just want to make the point, because I know I usually am one asking a lot of questions here during this process, but I think that the targeting of the questions is now more related to is not related to process so much as to form of government and the county structure, and these follow-ups are related to that. And so while it may seem like a tangent question, it relates to what we're doing here. And so, I just don't want anyone to think that, you know, oh, no, can't ask any questions anymore. I don't want to have that feeling either. But to say, you know, it goes along with, you know, the questions that we're asking of these department heads, and these follow-ups are very important, and I don't want to think that, you know, they're not. If that makes sense.
It does. All right, so we don't have a public meeting or public hearing tonight. Other scheduled matters we're skipping. Is there public comment? Mr. Edwards, you've given public comment before in this section. Do we have any tonight? No. Thank you. And then announcements, we will be next Monday, maybe here.
Possibly, yeah, I'll let you know when I find out. Josh just said, we hope they'll be done, but we don't know if they'll be done.
All right, and it looks like maybe next Monday will be an exchange day for this extra long meeting, so I'll take a motion to adjourn if we could.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Who seconded?
We had Cindy and
All in favor?
Okay.
all in favor, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Who wants to go to bed? You did it.
It's a good pin though, as I'm writing, no, it's a good pin.
I can't go.